call a committee of the whole meeting for the Elgin City Council for October 26, 2022 to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmembers Dixon?
Here.
Good.
Here.
Martinez?
Here.
Powell?
Here.
Rauschenberger? Here. Shaw?
Here.
Steffen?
Here.
Thorne?
Here.
Mayor Captain?
Here. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting of October 12, 2022.
So moved. Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any corrections or additions? Hearing none, clerk please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, the motion is approved 9-0. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Council members. This evening, the first item is a presentation. It's a comparative statistical regression analysis of Elgin Police Department data reported to the state of Illinois between 2014 and 2019. Reports from the Center for Policing Equity and the Northern Illinois University Statistical Consulting Services analyzing Elgin Police Department data routinely submitted to the state is being discussed this evening to discuss and illustrate the multiple ways of exploring variables of the same data and how that can provide differing perspectives on identical information. I'm going to start before this evening's presentation to provide some context on why we're here and what we're doing, because a little bit later on we are going to have representatives from the Center for Policing Equity, the co-founder and CEO, Dr. Philip Goff, along with the contact person for Elgin, who the chief of police and her department have been working with, Niles R. Wilson, a former deputy chief of police out of New Jersey. Rather than having NIU present its information, we have Ryan Drake from the Elgin Police Department. He's our crime analyst and a trained statistician, and he will be providing a comparison between the two reports. What isn't going to happen tonight is this will not be a battle of dueling statisticians that ends with blackboards being covered over with equations. Tonight is about how the city of Elgin and its police department ongoing determination to remain recognized as a leader in progressive policing. And what we're going to talk about tonight is how additional value can be derived from rigorous data analysis. Elgin, along with all other Illinois municipalities, annually submits its policing statistics to the state for public dissemination. While this is a bit of a redundancy for Elgin because we have that information readily available on our transparency dashboard, this provides greater benefit to the state and others in the community so we can see comparatively what's happening in other departments. Representative data that goes to the state includes use of force data, traffic stops, and pedestrian stops, for example. This raw data reported to the state is meaningful even in isolation, but the real magic, if you will, comes from using statistical regression analysis to gain greater insight into what's being reported. Let me use of force as an example. Let's say statistics posted to the state of Illinois say the use of force incidents involving black subjects are higher than when compared to the community's black population. Some of the potential factors contributing to the outcome of that behavior may be, what is the arrestee's race? What is the arrestee's income or poverty level? What area of the city or neighborhood is this arrest occurring? These are commonly recognized and understood factors used when analyzing police statistics. But what if we added some additional factors to this use of force analysis? What if we add the day of the week on which the use of force incidents occur? What if we consider the incidence of alcohol, inebriation, or some other substance abuse in which the arrestee is under the influence during the time of this use of force incident? What if we take into consideration the years of experience of the police officer responding to the call and being required to use of force? You add these three additional factors to the race, poverty, and where the arrest is occurring, and you may get an analysis that shows that the most significant factor to indicate when use of force may occur is on the day of the week, whether the arrestee is inebriated or under the influence, and what the experience level is of the police officer is. That is what the additional variables to the regression analysis have the potential ability to illustrate. That, again, is what I'm calling the magic of regression analysis. Regression analysis is a way of mathematically sorting out which factors do indeed have an impact on the action being analyzed. It answers the questions, which factors matter most, which factors can we ignore, and how do these factors interact with each other? But perhaps most importantly, The regression analysis will show how certain can we be about all of these factors. What is valid? What needs to be thrown out? What should we be focusing on? In regression analysis, these factors that I'm describing are called variables. You have dependent variables, and that's the main factor you're trying to understand or predict. In other words, the answer you're seeking. In our example, that means when is the use of force most likely to occur in the city of Elgin? You then add to that mix what are referred to as the independent variables. These are the factors you suspect have an impact on your dependent variable. Again, in my example, the independent variables are race, poverty, location of the arrest, plus day of the week, whether the arrestee is under the influence, and what the officer's level of experience is. At this point, I'm pretty close to the ceiling on my knowledge of regression analysis, so let's get to the subject matter of this evening's presentation. And again, as I stated earlier, it's a comparison of police statistics reported to the state of Illinois from 2014 through 2019. These statistics have been analyzed for the Center for Policing Equity and the Northern Illinois University Statistical Consulting Services. Going back to how this started, why we're here now. Some of you may recall that Starbucks did something back in the first half of 2018 that at least myself I find particularly commendable. It shut down for half a day 8,000 stores doing business for a number of hours for racial bias training. It took this action in response to an incident occurring a month or so earlier when a Starbucks employee called the police on 2 black men for simply sitting in one of its Philadelphia stores. An op-ed piece that came out in the New York Times about a month later, written by Dr. Goff, the president of the Center for Policing Equity, caught my attention. And in that article, Dr. Goff wrote that CPE had just concluded its biennial conference where, quote, police chiefs from around the country made clear that we cannot continue demanding that officers respond to drug abuse, mental health crises, family disagreements, and the whims of a prejudiced populace. With the Elgin Police Department's Collaborative Crisis Service Unit being ready to launch, Dr. Goff's words particularly resonated with me. CCSU, for those who may not know, is the unit in the police department that enables police officers to join with mental health professionals and respond together on calls for services. I conducted my own research on CPE and was impressed with what I saw, particularly Dr. Goff. If you spend any time on the internet, there's no shortage of videos where you'll be able to see Dr. Goff talking with Katie Couric, Brian Williams, 60 Minutes. There's a wonderful TED Talk. As CPE states, they collect data that helps law enforcement agencies identify ways to improve their relationship with the communities they serve. This objective is wholly consistent with the community policing and other progressing policing principles the Elgin Police Department has been practicing now for a generation. At the time, Bill Wolf was the interim police chief, and I asked him to contact CPE to find out how the city could potentially use the services that CPE offered. When Bill left for Schaumburg, Chief Anna Lally picked up where he left off, and she began working with CPE for what I like describing as conducting a deep dive, if you will, into 5 years of police data that we routinely reported to the state. The city wanted CPE's help in obtaining greater insight into the statistical data reported to the state and posted on its transparency website to guide its efforts in reducing racial disparities. This deep dive contemplated a robust regression analysis, and the city was eager to learn how this higher level of analysis could possibly enhance its policing and keep the department at the forefront of policing innovation. The city and CPE signed a memorandum of understanding in August 2019, and the city sent its data to CPE that same month. And then the city waited to hear from CPE. And it waited. And just under a year later, CPA asked for additional data. And then the city waited. Well, we sent the data, and the city waited. Just over a half year later, CPE again asked for more data. We sent it, and we waited. Another 7 months passed, and finally by September 2021, just over 2 years from the date of the MOU, CPE provided the city with its preliminary findings. When the city reviewed the preliminary findings, it was struck by some glaring data incongruities that just didn't line up with departmental activity. Use of force incidents were reported at levels well in excess of known departmental norms. And school resource officers were issuing hundreds of traffic citations to students. When we'll go back and do the analysis, for some of you that know, there's a use of force continuum that ranges anywhere from a hand and wrist lock all the way going up to lethal force. There may be incidents, for instance, in a case of domestic abuse where a police officer may try doing hand-wrist control, the person objects, the police officer has to say, stop or I'll use a taser. The person comes at the police officer and the taser is used. That's technically 3 use of force incidents on the continuum. The city regularly reports that as 1 use of force incident because it involves the same subject and police officers. CPE was reporting that as 3 use of force incidents, and so that responded to why the numbers were going up. The data that they had with school resource officers failed to take into consideration that when a school resource officer was transferred to patrol, they weren't any longer in that school resource function. Now, and so that's why it was showing that school resource officers were giving tickets. They were actually back on patrol. Now, these examples aren't intended to be damning of CPE's analysis, but rather as an example of the typical give and take that occurs once preliminary findings are issued. Getting these large data sets is not easy. There's different ways that people transmit data, so these are the types of things that are expected. But what became apparent to the city during those give and take exchanges following the issuance of the preliminary report was that the city didn't seem to be getting that robust regression analysis it sought when partnering with CPE. It began engaging in discussions with CPE regarding the methodology used in its regression analysis, and those discussions admittedly became strained. It's the city's perspective, just the city's, that CPA was a bit less than forthcoming in how it derived some of its findings. This is what ultimately prompted the city to seek an independent regression analysis of the data it provided to CPE. What we did was focus on the most recent and clean data from 2017 through 2019 concerning traffic stops and use of force. The city contracted with the Northern Illinois University Statistical Consulting Services, but importantly, it did not share with NIU the preliminary findings of CPE. NIU was not advised of the city's work with CPE. The city sent NIU the data asking 2 primary questions. Is there evidence of racial bias in traffic stops? And is there evidence of racial bias in officer use of force? For the traffic stops, the city asked NIU to analyze the following factors or variables. Well, it said, what variables contribute most to the probability of somebody given being stopped? For example, what is the reason for the stop? What variables contribute most to the probability of a result of a stop? In other words, what is that reason? Is there any effect of the time of day whether some given race or ethnicity, person of race or ethnicity is stopped? Do all officers of a particular race or ethnicity equally stop drivers of all races and ethnicities? Are stopped individuals equally likely to be searched once a stop has been initiated? Are the results of searches equal across all races and ethnicities? Does the race and ethnicity of stop drivers correlate with census demographics or traffic accident demographics as well? As you can see, that's a long range of variables as the city is looking to conduct the deeper analysis as to what the true predictors are of some of these stops, for traffic stops. For the use of force, the variables asked to be considered are all officers equally involved in use of force incidents given departmental demographics? Is the race or ethnicity of the involved person equally distributed across all use of force incidents? What environmental factors or other variables must influence the probability of force being used in an incident? And are there any other significant relationships between race and ethnicity and the types of use of force shown? During the past week, as the city and CPE worked on coming to agreement on how the CPE presentation would be presented to the city, what became apparent to the city was that the 2020 killing of George Floyd while in police custody created an unprecedented demand for CPE services. What was a staff of about 20 persons when the city signed its MOU with CPE is now about 140 individuals. CPE in 2021, at the same time of the city's assessment, preliminary findings released, launched its Justice Navigator data platform. That is the report that has been provided to the City Council and will be released to the public following this presentation, both on the city's website and with CPE. The Justice Navigator uses visualized data to present the information derived from CPE's regression analysis and its regression analysis of Elgin and other police departments. The Justice Navigator regression analysis, the city learned, uses 3 variables: race, poverty, and location and/or neighborhood. And again, NIU's regression, which we'll see a little bit later, uses 22 variables for the same analysis. While the city certainly applauds CPE's efforts to engage and guide as many communities on the same path to progressive policing the city has been leading for a generation now, it's staff's belief that CPE's assessment doesn't provide the robust, in-depth regression analysis that the city and CPE contemplated when the MOU was first signed. This isn't to say that the city believes the CPA assessment is wrong, faulty, or erroneous, but rather that it fails to fully provide the highest level of statistical analysis, decision, and policy making, which the Elgin Police, analysis at the highest level of decision and policy making the Elgin Police Department is operating at. The CPA Justice Navigator is an excellent tool for communities beginning to work on reducing racial disparities in policing, and there is certainly great value in presenting that information this evening. It will create a greater understanding and promote continued discussion in Elgin and hopefully other communities. However, comparing CPE's assessment with NIU's regression analysis this evening will provide a compelling window into the complexities related to reducing racial disparities in policing. The discussion this evening, our hope, is to serve to even better inform the community of the need for continuing on the journey it started close to 30 years ago with the advent of rope houses and our community policing efforts. The Elgin Police Department has established a legacy built on being an industry leader, and this evening's discussion builds upon and continues the community's and department's mission to continue being recognized as leaders in progressive policing. This evening, we'll talk about the presentation order, and there's a recognition that we have a lot of ground to cover, and we're here all night if necessary. Chief Lally will begin the presentations this evening with a brief timeline overview providing more context as to how to got where we are, and then we're going to begin with the presentations from Dr. Goff and Dr. Wilson. After that, we'll follow with Ryan Drake, who rather than going into great detail on the NIU analysis, will make it easier for us and provide cogent examples of how the differing regression analysis will create different results. Afterwards, Chief Lally will come to talk about many of the initiatives that the city is aligned with and what CPE is pursuing as well. The reminder of how much we've done, what we've been doing, and what is yet to come. And after that, there will be time for questions from the City Council. The hope is that we refrain from asking questions so we can get through all of the information during the presentations. And if I may, Mayor, can I bring Chief Lally up to the podium?
You can.
Thank you.
Just a quick note for the audience and people listening that we will follow what it has been our procedure, my procedure, that we will break at 7 o'clock and go to the regular City Council meeting and go through that business. We have a public hearing at that time, a couple things to take care of, and then we will come back to the Committee of the Whole. And again, for council members, please make a list of questions that you may have for respect for Dr. Goff's time and other people's time, that we can move along most efficiently. And that'll kind of be the game plan for tonight. And we have some changes we'll implement probably when we get back to the Committee of the Whole after the regular council meeting. So Chief Lally, please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager Kozel, and also Niles. I know you're on Zoom, and also Dr. Goff. Thank you for being here this evening as well. So as city manager provided the background on how our partnership with CPE began, I would like to provide an overview of the timeline of the partnership to put everything into context. I would also like to stress that the purpose of EPD initiating this partnership was to continue to show our commitment to continued growth and our philosophy of constant improvement. We appreciated the partnership with CPE, and as we make our way through tonight's discussion, I think it's very important to keep in mind the purpose of this presentation is not to show who is wrong or who is right, but to take the information from both CPE and NIU and continue the discussion with the police department, with our community members, including members of the prior task force who are in the audience this evening. So I want to start with providing the time frame, and later on, as City Manager Kozel advised, I will be back to talk about what has since been implemented in the past almost 4 years. So in August of 2019, EPD signed a research agreement with CPE. The focus of the agreement was to collaborate on data-informed efforts to enhance equity and public safety and to analyze our data on vehicle stops, pedestrian stops, and response to resistance data, which encompasses both use of force and show of force. The police department collects both use and show in our response to resistance data. We were looking at that data also alongside demographic and crime data. This analysis was to provide information on ways to identify which policing practices may lend to patterns of racial disparities, and what factors may be contributing to those disparities. EPD was interested in understanding the many layers of the numbers, the data, and to start to answer the why question, so that context could be provided as to what our data showed. It is important to understand the why, so that assumptions are not made on either side, and that this deep dive into our data could give us insight. I also want to mention that our willingness to partner with CPE was to provide information so that any new initiatives, programs, policies, strategies could be explored, but with information guiding any decisions that would be made. CPE's assessment analyzed use of force data from the years 2014 to 2019, vehicle stop data from 2017 to 2019, and pedestrian stop data from 2016 to 2019. The data that was provided to CPE for their analysis was data that has already been publicly available through the Illinois Department of Transportation's Traffic and Pedestrian Stop Study. The department is required to submit our traffic stop and pedestrian stops to the state, and we do that every year. Additionally, the department has provided our response to resistance data to the public starting in our annual report in 2019, and since 2021 with the release of our Transparency Hub, all historical use of force data going back to 2017 on our response to resistance can be found there. It's also important to note that the analysis contains data from 8 years ago, and the most current data is 3 years old, and a lot has changed since then. Since then, the department has made several significant shifts in policing strategies, and several initiatives and programs have been implemented that have changed the way we respond to and address certain issues. And one example is the manner in which we address those members of our community who are experiencing homelessness, substance abuse disorders, or those who are emotionally distressed, with the creation of our Collaborative Crisis Unit in 2019, as the city manager mentioned. Data was provided to CPE at the onset of our partnership in August of 2019, in July of 2020, and in February of 2021. And in September of 2021, the department received CPE's preliminary findings. And at that point, the department was asked to provide feedback. EPD had questions on the initial data and provided these questions to CPE so that we could resolve any errors of fact, understand the data, and be provided further context of the findings. Some of those examples city manager mentioned included the use of force statistics and also the school resource officer data. CPE responded to some of our questions and some items were resolved. However, the dialogue continued, and over the next several months, my team met with CPE to continue to achieve a mutual understanding and agreement on some of our questions that included methodologies. After several meetings, there were still items that I wished to be provided more information on, more analysis, and more explanation that I was unable to obtain at that time from CPE. So in April of 2022, the department then partnered with and sent the exact data to Northern Illinois University Statistical Consulting Services to analyze that same data. We did not inform NIU of CPE's initial findings, and we were very intentional in this decision so as not to influence any results that NIU would produce. So I also want to mention that some may view this action as looking for another entity to provide us with results different from CPE or ones that were more favorable, and this is not the case. I have said from day one that whatever the results were going to be, I would make that report public. This action was taken to fully understand the data, providing more layers to the results, and to be able to provide the department and the community with answers that I could not provide without further information. Partnering with NIU was also a better way to understand CPE's preliminary findings to be able to reach a mutual, robust understanding of the data. It was important to me that when the final report would be released, that the department and the community understand the data, be able to provide context to the data, and also be able to answer the why questions. So from May to August of this year, EPD exchanged final written communication with CPE in response to CPE beginning to finalize their report. At that time, CPE was provided with my response to their items and position, and several questions were posed to CPE that were not resolved. In September, the final report was issued by CPE, and again, I want to stress that the goal of the department from the onset of the partnership with CPE was to continue our philosophy of improvement and to make the findings of the report public regardless of what the results were, and that these results are available to the community in the spirit of transparency. However, it's also important that all information is available to the community and the ability to have any questions be answered. As we move forward, by tomorrow, both CPE and NIU's reports will be available on our transparency site and available to the public for them to review as well. Thank you.
The hope at this time would be for Dr. Goff and Mr. Wilson. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good evening. Can the folks on Elgin City Council hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I am so sorry that that is true for your sake, but here we are. Very glad to be here with you. My understanding is that when you said you were breaking for to go to another event, that would be in about 32 minutes. I apologize in the spirit of miscommunication that is part of and parcel of the presentations you're going to hear tonight. I was under the understanding that at 8 o'clock East Coast time, we would be a wrap, and I'd be able to answer questions at that point. You'll forgive me, I am even more disheveled than I usually am. We are exactly, today is the 26th, 1 month from the birth of my wife and my first child. And though everything happening in Elgin is incredibly important, I have diaper duty, and that is going to take precedence starting at 8 o'clock. So I'm happy to answer questions, but unfortunately, because I understood that we were supposed to be gone at 8, I'm done at 8. And I'm going to hopefully be able to get through all the things I'm supposed to be able to get through during that period of time. I would encourage, as in terms of we're doing the screen sharing, the rest, I'm going to share my screen for the deck. I encourage to get there as much as possible. We'll see if I can master that technology. Can you all see this Elgin City assessment?
Yes.
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 Fantastic. I will pause on these three pictures. You see these two far more attractive than I, gentlemen, Niles Wilson and Matt Graham. I understand that this is being both streamed and recorded, so I won't read these to you. Understand that words have been written about us. Perhaps useful to understand at least about me and my background. For those of you who are sort of fans of the Chicago area, I understand that you might be very upset with people like me I am from Philadelphia. We just fleeced you for a wonderful defensive end in terms of the Chicago Bears. That just happened tonight. That's live and up to date. I'm giving the facts as they come. The thing that is perhaps useful in this context is that I am the Carl I. Hovland Professor of African American Studies and Professor of Psychology here at Yale University. My background is in quantitative social science, and I use that as well as the wonderful resources available at CPE to do the work that I get to do and to be responsive to the folks here like Matt Graham, who does the work for the city of Elgin. Before we go into the slide by slide, especially because that's all going to become available to you all, I want to make sure that I provide some context as well. You guys should still be seeing the screen. Is that correct? The panelist screen? Okay, wonderful. So again, everything will be available online to provide context for not just the project so much as what the broader project of doing data analysis on law enforcement is. We have to talk about what we're talking about when we're talking about racism. What is the definition? The most common definition of racism is that it resides inside individuals. It has contaminated hearts and minds. And as I have said on numerous occasions, the only problem with this definition is that it is wrong on every front. And I say that both as a person who's lived in a black man's body my entire life and as a scientist. It's wrong because it is not just individual level prejudice that produces racial disparities. Right? So if, for instance, we found, and Mr. Kozel, I'm going to come back to some of your comments earlier, but you made a good example. I just literally taught this in a class earlier today. We found that in Elgin, police use force 4 times more likely against black people than against white people. 4 to 1 is the ratio. Now, it would be very easy to come forward and say, well, therefore, ipso facto racism, every one of them is a bigot, the chief is a double bigot because they allow for it, and that means we should disband the whole thing. But that is, of course, bananas. That's the technical term for it. Because you don't know, if I tell you it's a 4 to 1 ratio, how much of that is the police department, and how much of that is maybe disinvestment in communities, how much of that's the education system, employment, healthcare, substance abuse, mental health rates, all things that are upstream of what any law enforcement could reasonably be accountable for. So when we just see the disparities, that is insufficient to figure out how much law enforcement could do something about. The problem, of course, with this definition is not just that it ignores the upstream factors, it creates a mindset about what happens when we do discover racial disparities, okay? That mindset being, well, if I see racial disparities and I might be responsible, I could be seen as a bigot. My people could be seen as bigots. My organization could be seen as bigots. We see that over and over again. The consequence is sometimes that ego takes precedence over progress. Now, in my experience within law enforcement, this plays out in, broadly speaking, one of 2 ways. The first way is we provide a report, there is shock, there are challenges to our methodology, and then folks do the hard work, right? They look at themselves, they look at what their organization could be doing, they try and change their own definition, they have hard conversations with the community. Cannot overstate the degree of respect I have for folks who have to look at that, always being shocked, because shock is 100% of the response, who have to do the challenge and go through the process and then go and do that hard work. That's how CPE is set up. We have former law enforcement here, we've got activists here, we've got data scientists here, we're all nerds. The second bucket, which is far less common, but it still happens, is that there is shock, there's challenge to the methodology, and then there's an assertion that the people who are challenging the methodology know better. They know better than me, which everybody in my house knows better than me, and that includes my 1-month-old infant. They know better than the folks at Yale. They know better than established criminologists. They know better than the National Academy of Sciences that says that the methodology that we're about to present is the gold standard for studying racial bias in police behavior. And that leads to some unfortunate consequences, right? I want to be clear. I have not read the second report, but I did not know that there was going to be a comparative report until about a week ago. In the couple of other places where there have been simultaneous reports, they had the following feature. I do not know that about here, and I hope with all my heart it is not the case. But they had the following feature, right? They contract, so they pay money, something we don't get paid, because that allows for objectivity and neutrality. They pay money for someone who has never done work on racism or on policing ever before to run a set of analyses that they want run. Invariably, in each of the cases we have seen, either with us or with the University of Pennsylvania, other folks who do this kind of work on a regular basis, the new folks who come in who are not used to doing racism or policing will do something called overfitting the model. So Mr. Kozel used an example earlier of all the things you want to know about. If you put all of those variables in one regression model, what ends up happening is you cannot see when there actually is bias because there's too many data. If I put in mothers named Pam, there's some variance that will get soaked up by that. If I put in has never been to St. Bart, there's some variance soaked up by that. And in the end, you don't get anything that's useful in terms of inferential statistics. What you get is a washout. So the technical term is overfitting. It's important to note that that kind of analysis would never be publishable in an academic journal because there are standards within criminology not to overfit your models for exactly that reason. You can imagine lots of people want to overfit a model so that they don't find racism, especially when they're being paid so. It is frequently the case that folks don't clean data properly, they don't do multi-level property, a graduate student will lead. And I give an example of this, just to be clear on how much I'm not talking about this particular instance. I am pre-registering concern because I have not read the report. Roland Fryer was a celebrated Harvard economist who was absolutely outstanding at methodology, or at least was seen as such by the field. He decided to be a tourist in the context of policing. He was so irresponsible with his analysis that Nobel laureates, as well as over 600 social scientists, denounced his irresponsible and ultimately embarrassing and humiliating science. It is not to say that Roland Fryer can't do good science. It is to say that every time someone is working into a new space, it gets dicey. So again, I am not talking about this particular report. I hope to goodness that all the things I've said do not apply in any way, right? But I have this pre-register of concern for the following reasons. Whenever we work at CPE with a police department or with a city, we ask for monthly meetings, right? Just to get folks set up on methodology. In fact, in monthly meetings, that's where we would hear back, hey, there's some additional analyses we want to do, and sometimes we tell them why we would and why we wouldn't do that, or why that's for a next phase after the first analyses are done. Just to clarify, Mr. Kozel said that we have only 3 variables in our analysis. That's not correct. You'll see that on the analyses and in public. When we asked for those monthly meetings here in Elgin, we were rebuffed. We discovered that there was a second report was sought after we shared our initial findings, which is unusual. And we learned of that second report only 2 weeks ago. Now, in other places where we've worked either collaboratively or an adversarial relationship, which is in science, that's fine. I like working adversarially because I learn things when people are trying to disprove stuff. But in this case, we were not given an opportunity to share our methodology or to ask questions of methodology. Right? That interpretation is going to be on you all. I hope that many of you are in my class, my upper level class on regression analysis and what is appropriate in model overfitting. Right now, I'm offering that at a distance learning. If you're not, maybe you've taken classes similar. But otherwise, what ends up happening is, as Mr. Kozel suggested, eyes glaze over because there's a lot of Greek. Because that was not provided, we also asked to see at least the report. That request, though we were informed 2 weeks ago, I found out about a week ago, that request was rebuffed until yesterday afternoon, thus the reason why I have not read the report. So again, I hope that the report is outstanding. I hope it's significantly better and more insightful than ours. It won't get there simply by including additional variables because that is one of the first things one learns in regression not to do. You don't want to just include all the variables. But they may have done it wonderfully and responsibly. I know that we would have if we were asked to, or we would have explained why we couldn't do that. But the principal reason why I'm concerned and I'm raising this, and this will be the last thing before I get to the presentation of our elements, is because we were told at several points after learning about a second report that there is no way that our report could be useful to the city of Elgin because it could only serve to make the department look racist. I want to be clear that, first of all, I disagree with that characterization. That is not the only purpose. And as I go through, I'm going to explain where there's reason for concern and where it explicitly does not mean that, at least not yet. But if the feedback that we get is that it can only serve to make us look racist rather than, wow, we really want to see how deep this goes, that's a concern for us. Just because we didn't hear it doesn't mean it's not true. I don't specialize in working in the hearts and minds of people, though I am in a psychology department, and I know several of you are muttering that you're wanting to call me Dr. Phil. Feel free to do that in private, but it hurts my feelings when you do it publicly. I don't speculate on the internal motivations of people, but I'll say these are warning flags, red flags for us, that we want to make sure that the people of Elgin and this city council has the opportunity to get the scoop on what is a responsible set of analyses and how to move forward, which, since Mr. Kozel and the entire police department have said that's the goal from the beginning, I am hopeful that can happen, but needed to provide that context. So let us get to the presentation. I was unaware that we were going to go in this order, so you've seen the timeline a couple of different times. I want to flag a couple of things within the timeline. The first, 2018, Elgin reaches out. That is ahead of the rush of many law enforcement agencies that came, exactly as Mr. Kozel said, in 2020. The city and the department are to be commended for that. If it was Mr. Kozel who led that, to be commended for that. It's not that other departments hadn't been reaching out. We had been doing this kind of work, again, not taking money for it. I almost said been in business, but we've been doing this type of work since 2008. But this is ahead of the curve. Between 2018 and 2020, there is a significant gap. Significantly, that's a lot on us. Because though the uprisings of 2020 were an explosion, we started to see a significant uptick on at the back end of 2018. So we had to come and beg forgiveness from Elgin and say, hey, we have more demand than we thought. We have never said no to folks, and now we're going to have to delay and put things in the order. And we're sorry we're not able to deliver on time. At that time, we also said we're going to move from doing a regular PDF and paper report to moving towards a digital report. So we gave advance notice that we were moving towards something like the JNA in 2018. We obviously didn't launch the JNA until much more recently. You'll see that there was a data gap analysis first delivered in November of 2020. You'll see started regular cadence delivery from September 2020. And then there was a second one. Mr. Kozel quite rightly suggests the first data gap analysis, we got things back. The data are set up, can be misleading to analysts. And that's not the fault of the police department. We provide the feedback, we get the feedback, and then we try and fix that. So that's a standard thing. It's not standard for us to do a full second DGA, but we were requested to do that, and so that we did. I've given you the timeline in terms of the last couple of weeks, and I want to make sure we get to some of the findings. So let me provide some of the departmental context here. Here in terms of the population of Elgin, you see that Elgin, Illinois is 45% Latinx, 41% white, 6.2% Asian, 5.5% black, 1.7% self-identifying as multiracial, less than 0.05% native. Okay? Total population of Elgin, 112. I'm going to speed past some of these because these are available on your public website, and the goal is, as Mr. Kozel said, get into the inferential statistics. So in terms of just descriptives of the use of force, 36% of all use of force incidents recorded before 2014 or between 2014 and 2019 were against black folks, who made up 5.5% of the population. Let me pause here. This is the place where journalism frequently stops and says, look at how blacks are so overrepresented, it must be because of racist police. I cannot overstate that that is not the right inference to take from this. When you benchmark to population, you should not assume that the reason for the overrepresentation is because of the police. We include this because this should be a red flag that black folks, for whatever reason, are experiencing use of force more frequently than their rate in the population, and that's a red flag that something should be done, even if the police are doing exactly what they should be doing. The point here is to serve the community, not to put a red badge on law enforcement. Population benchmarking is a correlation. Correlation is useful, but as all of you remember from your intro statistics class or from the notes of your friends who went, correlation does not imply causation. 36% of all use of force incidents recorded between 2014 and 2019 were against Latinx folks, who make up 45% of the population, and we have a 26% use of force compared to 41% representation for white folks in Elgin. Here you see the trend line for use of force. Use of force goes up after 2019 across the country. We don't have those data. I don't know what they look like for Elgin, but you see from 2016 to 2019, this is not an accident. This is a reduction in use of force, right? That may be because of stuff going on in the community, but it's unlikely that that's unrelated to what Elgin Police Department is doing, which is to say there's something good that Elgin Police Department is doing because less use of force is better. But in comparing use of force incident rates, okay, after using our regression analysis to account for the influence of crime rates, poverty level, and neighborhood characteristics, which we represent here as percent black residents of neighborhoods, but in a longer conversation, I can explain why that actually controls for a whole bunch of other things. We see black folks were subject to force about 11.5 times more often than white folks. Remember how I said shock was the first response everywhere? Because you know there's going to be some disparity, but you didn't think it was that large? That's what this looks like. In other progressive cities where their identity is tied in with doing racial progress in law enforcement, we've seen the same and larger disparities. But this is a large disparity. And that's saying that crime and poverty are insufficient to explain these racial disparities. And in fact, It's not even just the neighborhood doing it. That suggests there's something that law enforcement can do about it. It's for sure not all law enforcement, but there's something law enforcement can do about it. Latinx folks were subject to force at about the same rate as white folks using this model. So in terms of what can be done about it, poverty and crime and share of black residents explain about 44% of the variance in the model. It's about 44% of what the heck is going on is explained by those three variables. That's why we use them, because no other variables explain that much variance in the model. No other variables are that powerful, right? That means 56% of whatever the heck is going on in these disparities is not explained by those three things. Just that. It doesn't mean that police are all the rest. It just means we got 56% that we might be able to do something about if we're not looking at poverty, we're not looking at crime, and we're not looking at black neighborhoods. So now you understand that sort of in general takeaway. We'll look at vehicle stops, right? Just doing the descriptors now. 3.9% of all drivers stopped between 2017 and 2019 were recorded as Asian, 13% as black, 42% as Latinx, 40% as white. You guys know your city. You guys know what this is likely to look like. 1% of all drivers stopped were self-recorded as other. And again, as we look at the total number of vehicle stops recorded each year, varied from high of 13,000, low of 11,000. This is not an accident. From 2017 to 2019, this looks like a trend. And that is good news, and very likely the men, women, and non-binary folks of the Elgin PD are at least partially responsible for that good news. When we look at the search rates, a common way of thinking about efficiency and whether or not there might be bias for reasons that perhaps I can get to during Q&A. I'm trying to get there as fast as I can without rushing too fast. Once stopped, black drivers were searched at 4 times the rate as white drivers. Latinx drivers at 2.4 times the rate as white drivers, and Asian drivers at 0.6 times. They were searched less often than white drivers. Now, this next piece is the yield, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. Next piece is the type of stop. So 24% of stops of black drivers were recorded as equipments, 7.3% as license and registrations, compared to 16 and 5.6 for white drivers. We use that as a measure of discretion on the part of law enforcement. So if there are higher numbers of these, it's higher discretionary stops, usually, not necessarily in Elgin, but usually. We see a 23% stops for Latinx drivers for equipment as opposed to 16 again for white drivers. And 78% of stops for white drivers were recorded as moving violations as opposed to 70% for Latinx and 69% for black drivers. Now here for outcomes, I want to be clear, this is now one of the gold standards for seeing things like bias. If I search more often, so I search black motorists more often, but I reveal less contraband, right? So the success rate or the yield rate is less. That means I'm stopping them way more frequently than I want to, right? More frequently than their behavior should suggest. That's not what we find here. It is a common thing in many departments. But once stopped, black drivers were arrested 3 times more often than white drivers. And Latinx drivers were arrested at 2.6% time, but the yield was relatively similar. Okay, let's do a pedestrian stop. We're going to get into that in a deeper dive there as well. So here we're just looking at the population of Elgin. Right, you'll see there are disparities here at the population level, but the number of pedestrian stops go down significantly from 2016 to 2019. Again, Elgin PD probably deserves some credit for that. We're comparing pedestrian stop rates, right? Using our regression analysis, look at the influences of crime rates, poverty levels, and black residents. We see that black pedestrians were stopped about 9 times as often as white pedestrians. Latinx pedestrians were stopped about the same. So again, statistical analysis showed the share of the black residents explained 40%, the crime, poverty share of black residents shared about 46% of what's going on here. 54% is unexplained by that. 54% we can do something about without addressing poverty, crime, and the neighborhood composition. Search rates. Once stopped, Latinx pedestrians were searched at 1.7 times, black pedestrians at 1.6 times. Again, the yield here, though, around similar. That's good news in terms of racial disparities. In terms of next steps, because we are not moving forward in what we would normally do in our next phase, we would encourage even better measuring and monitoring. And I want to be clear, this is not to cast aspersions on Elgin PD. The state of data capture in law enforcement is egregious, and that is not y'all's fault. That is generational. We need better federal support. There should be state support. Without the better measurements, it is impossible to get to better answers on this, even if you've got the right set of questions, right? We encourage folks to get more granular in terms of analysis. I'm hoping that you'll be hearing about that later this evening with the NIU report. Identify risk factors from previous research. Do not wait to just do research in Elgin, because if you wait to get all the analysis done in Elgin, none of your great-great-great-great-grandchildren will be able to benefit from that. Research is a slow process. Even if we were able to staff up in 2018, it would have been a slow process. We're not like lawyers. We don't charge by the hour, but doing research has got to be a careful thing. We're picking every grain of sand, right? And we also encourage share results with other like-minded departments, other like-minded cities whenever possible. All right. I went through that exceedingly quickly. Again, I am from Philadelphia. We speak quickly there. And apparently, all of a sudden this year, we're good at football. I do want to make sure that there is some time for questions before you all have to break, I believe, in 9 minutes, before we have to break up and I have to get pooped on. Thank you very much for your time. Let me stop scaring my screen and open up for questions if that is available at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Goff, and catch your breath here for a second. And if the council has any questions, we have about 10 minutes before our 7 o'clock break. If I have a question for Dr. Goff this time, Mr. Steffen.
Yes, I'll jump in. Thank you, Dr. Wilson, for your presentation. I wanted to ask a question, maybe one of many, depends on how this goes, but early on in your presentation, you mentioned other cases. I think it was right before you kind of went into some deeper explanation of overfitting the model. So my question is, do you have other cities that you've done this kind of data analysis for that have come back with their own analysis, and then there's this two different sets like we're facing, where you can point me to that, where I can, or the council can look at those examples? You mentioned other cases.
Yeah, that's right. So in 2018, we were operating under a process where we allowed for cities to self-identify that they had done work with us. At this point, we require cities to self-identify. That's in part, bluntly, a change in the politics of law enforcement wanting to be public, and before law enforcement did not want to be public. So I'm not at this point in a position where I can point to other reports. I can point to other analysts and other scientists who do that kind of thing. Again, you can look at the University of Pennsylvania, Greg Ridgway talks about model overfitting and the rest. We're also happy to provide both scholarly and then explanations of the scholarly, because the scholarly frequently is literally in Greek letters, explanations of the scholarly for a model overfit. If you're interested, we're happy to provide feedback on anything that you guys are looking at as potential other models in other cities. But at this point, I don't know that we have it. And Niles, you can, sorry, and it's Niles Wilson. He is a doctor, but in religious education. Okay, yeah. Perfectly fine, perfectly fine. The smooth taste on top gets people confused sometimes. It's perfectly fine. But at this point, Niles, unless you tell me otherwise, I don't believe that we're at liberty to share other sort of complementary reports. I will say that on the other side of all but one of them, to my knowledge, those have become collaborative reports once the other scientists were made aware of the context in which they were reporting. But at this point, I don't believe we're in position to do that. We can, however, share what overfitting would look like and examples of that and why it's a bad thing.
You're correct on that, Phil.
Okay.
And just to jump in here real quick, we have produced these JNAs for dozens of departments. We can't name them individually, but I'm not aware of any instances where we've been faced with a competing report from another entity or organization.
Right. And Matt is luckily in the friendlier confines of CPE. I am aware of other places where they have done competing analyses that at least started off that way. All but one of them did not end that way. Regardless, happy to provide. And the JNA reports, the ones that we've done that are at this point public, those are smaller in number than the 60 plus that we've worked with most recently, but you can go on there and you can look at all the rest of them. Our methodology is public.
Thank you. And is there someplace I can look up that information? You said those other cities where they started out competing and then they ended up being in a collaborative fashion.
Yeah, so each one of those is prior to the shift in MOU that began in 2020.
Okay.
So, and none of them have wanted to come forward, in part because their disparities are relatively high. And it's scary to look at high disparities when you feel like you might be responsible for it. The JNAs, the Justice Navigator Assessments, that have been done since 2020 with public departments, all of that is public. You can take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have about time for one more question for Dr. Goff before he has to go on to the most important duty he has tonight. Ms.
Which is, in
Powell.
fact, duty.
Thank you, Mr. Goff. Thank you to the Center for Policing Equity team for working with us all these years and kind of going back and forth and trying to analyze our data. John asked, Councilman Stefan asked one of my questions, but a question I have is, how does our data benchmark against similar communities? Do you benchmark our data? And I know you said because of the MOUs you have with these communities, you can't necessarily tell us who they are, but do you benchmark our data against other communities?
So it's an incredibly good question, and it should be, I wish it were easier to answer in a way that is satisfying. Let me see if I can't succinctly explain. Elgin is a lovely town with beautiful people. Everybody on city council is a gorgeous human being. Everybody in that room is a gorgeous human being. I'm assuming that everybody is fantastic. You all cook well. You're very specific. You're very special. You're suburban to the Chicago area. You live in Illinois, which is a great state. It's not quite as good as Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, but it's a great state. Do we make it the same city size, or do we benchmark on the same % black population? What about the crime rate? What about the commuter traffic? Right? Do we do it in terms of the size of the police department, which varies and is not as correlated with the size of crime and size of the resident population? What about proximity to large industry? How about educational opportunities? All of those are things that we know can influence crime rates or reported crime rates and police behavior. So what would be a fair set of comparators? We're in the process, because we have the largest collection of police behavioral data in the history of the world. It's a super humble brag, don't worry about it. But we do. We're in the process of trying to figure out, how do you do a representative set of comparisons? But the answer is, it's incredibly difficult with the data that are there. Several people will say, well, we can put a scorecard together, we can put a map. Those people got a B- in stats in their college undergrad. They don't know what the heck they're talking about. And I can speak as casually as that because they got a B- in my stats class. What I can say is, we do have a sense of the range, the scope. And that 11.5 number, which is the eye-popping number, and if it concerns some people in the room, I understand, it's a large number. We have seen larger in similar size areas with higher and lower crime rates. It is not an outlier. We have also seen significantly smaller, right? So in terms of our experience of, we've got 60 some odd reports that we've sent out and various points, we consult with hundreds more. There are 18,000 law enforcement across the United States. We see data from departments we don't even work with. In terms of our experience in doing these analyses, this is within the range that might be expected. It should be unacceptable, but it is not clear the degree to which and which specific steps Elgin Police Department must take to bring it down. As a scientist and as a black man, what I would say is everybody should be concerned, and we should be doing everything we can to bring that number down. I know that might not be satisfactory. I think that's the best I can do. Did it at least feel responsive to your question, Councilwoman?
I think so. And just to be clear, because you went over a whole lot of data very quickly, and we just got all of this just within the last day or two.
You and me both.
In a nutshell, what are the areas that Center for Policing Equity, based on the data that you've put together for us, that Elgin should be concerned about and should be focused on? What are the areas?
So I'll start. I'll leave Niles to add on if there's anything he can add on. But I'll say what we would normally do under a normal engagement, and what we've done in all but really like 4 or 5 of the cities where we work, is this is the end of the first analytic phase. The next thing that we would do is to break down the disparities that we see and say, is it mostly in a geographic area? Is it mostly, as we found in Minneapolis, tragically before the George Floyd lynching? Is it disproportionately in response to homelessness? Right? It was geographic in Pittsburgh and in Baltimore, right? We don't know, because that's the next step of analyses that we would normally do, and we're not going to be doing those in Elgin as a result of the miscommunication communications that, we'll say the friction stop numbers, just in the raw rates, and the use of force numbers, your common sense is exactly correct. Those are too large, and additional analyses can point towards policies or upstream factors that, again, have nothing to do with policing, like homelessness or mental health or substance abuse, that you can address and drive down those numbers. But just like in any business, if you're optimizing for success on a set of metrics, and by the way, policing does this all the time with CompStat, right? If you're optimizing for success based on metrics, you can drive those down. Those two numbers would be the ones I would start with. In terms of policies and more specific areas, that usually comes next for us, but we're not going to be doing that. Niles, have I missed anything, or Matt, in the data? I want to make sure we give the councilwoman absolutely everything that we can tonight.
No, you're right on point. Because the next phase would be what we call harm reduction, but we're not going forth any further. So this is where it ends, but that's what we would direct the police department to do, work on those specific areas.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you started to break up the video, but you said use of force, and what was the other area?
Use of force and the pedestrian stops would be of
pedestrians.
significant concern. Those would be the two numbers I would look at and be like, all right, how do we drive those down? And I cannot overstate, it may be things upstream of law enforcement.
Okay.
Sure, law enforcement, there's likely things they can be doing, but it may be disproportionately things upstream of law enforcement. Do not reduce the problems of racial disparity in our society on the backs, on the shoulders of the men, women, and non-binary folks who engage in law enforcement.
So explain to
Ms. Powell,
me,
wrap it up here, so pretty quickly. Yeah.
yes, but staff took so much time, we really didn't have enough time to really talk to them.
We're going to have to come back, and we're going to finish this later in the
Okay, I'll ask my question. Why aren't we taking the next steps with you? Because isn't that normal? I mean, it sounds like there's still work. This was like the first part that needed to be done, and there's usually more work that the Center for Policing Equity does with communities once you've taken this first step. Is there a reason why we're not continuing that?
Yeah, we were asked not to. I was not in any of the rooms. I was asked to come and present here because it was very important that we be very clear on how methodologies do and don't work. But as it was explained to me, and we won't be here when you guys get back, but you'll have your chief there, that the report could not be useful because all it would do was make the department look like it was racist. And that was the explanation for, as well as the miscommunications for not moving forward. So at this point, we won't be moving forward. We always are open to good faith entreaties, and so we'll look forward to hopefully seeing success in Elgin. We'll be monitoring on that front, and we're open to a phone call whenever. I understand you guys need to go. I appreciate your time. I am going to be in trouble with not the boss, but the boss's deputy. That'd be my wife. A pleasure visiting virtually. I look forward to doing it in person, probably not during the winter, but during the summer months. I'll take it
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation, Dr. Goff, and enjoy your time with your newborn. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, I entertain a motion to briefly adjourn, and we'll get back to the committee of the whole after the regular council meeting.
So moved.
Second?
Move and second to adjourn. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Rauschenberger,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Stefan,
Yes.
Thorne,
Yes.
Mayor Kaplan.
Yes, we are adjourned. We'll reconvene at 7:10 for the regular council meeting. Start finding your seats, please. Call the regular meeting for the Elgin City Council for October 26, 2022 to order. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmembers Dixon,
Yes.
Good,
Here.
Martinez,
Here.
Powell,
Here.
Rauschenberger,
Here.
Shaw,
Here.
Stefan,
Here.
Thorne,
Here.
Mayor Captain.
Here. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting of October 12, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any corrections or additions? Hearing none, clerk please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Rauschenberger,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Stefan,
Yes.
Thorne,
Yes.
Mayor Captain.
Yes, the motion's approved 9-0. We have a couple of communications this evening, proclamations. Would Joanne Stingley join me at the podium, please? Whereas domestic violence continues to be a prevalent problem and is not confined to any group of people, regardless of gender, race, religion, ethnicity, or economic class, and is supported by societal indifference. And whereas the crime of domestic violence violates an individual's privacy, dignity, security, and humanity through the systematic use of physical, emotional, and sexual, psychological, and economic control and abuse. And whereas the impact of domestic violence ranges from the entire society, directly affecting families, schools, and neighborhoods everywhere. And whereas it is fitting to set aside a special time to bring this issue to the attention of all the residents of the city of Elgin so they can become better informed and involved in programs to eliminate this epidemic from our society. Now, therefore, I, David Captain, Mayor of the City of Elgin, Illinois, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the City of Elgin and encourage our residents to join forces with victim services programs, criminal justice officials, and concerned citizens across the country to raise public awareness of domestic violence. With us tonight is Joanne Stingley, a longtime employee of the Elgin Police Department, working with people with domestic violence and the homeless. And Joanne, would you like to say a few words?
Just a little bit, Mayor.
Here you go.
Thank you very much. Just want to say thank you to the city and to city councilmen for supporting us. The team is here, and as you may or may not, hopefully you have noticed that in front of the station there are banners that have those words on it to let the citizens of Elgin know that we at the police department and the city of Elgin really support our citizens in terms of domestic violence, so they will not be afraid to come to the police department to make reports if they need to do so. So I did bring ribbons for you. I know that it's almost ended, but you can still wear your ribbon for the next couple of days, and I'll give those to the mayor, and you can give those to everyone.
I'll take those.
And if you have not noticed the banner, I just say everybody come by and look at the banner because it's so cool. And so next year, hopefully, we can do more than in front of the station. We can do on the bridge, depending on the budget, hint, hint. And just want you to know that thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Rick Riegner, Alan Kirk, and Mr. Thorne. Come down. Whereas Rotary is a global network of neighbors, friends, leaders, and problem solvers who unite and take action to create lasting change in communities across the globe, and the motto, service above self, inspires members to provide humanitarian service, follow high ethical standards, and promote goodwill and peace in the world. And whereas in 1985, Rotary launched Polio Plus, and in 1988 helped establish the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, which today includes the World Health Organization, U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, UNICEF, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, to immunize the children of the world against polio, which cases have dropped 99.9% since 1988, and the world stands on the threshold of eradicating this disease. And whereas to date Rotary has contributed more than $2.2 billion and countless volunteer hours to protecting nearly 3 billion children in 122 countries, and is working to raise an additional $50 million per year, which would be leveraged for maximum impact by additional $100 million annually from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And these efforts are providing much needed operational support, medical staff, laboratory equipment, and educational materials for health workers and parents. And whereas, in addition, Rotary has played a major role in decisions by donor governments to contribute more than $10 billion to the effort. Whereas there are over 1.4 million Rotary members in 44,000 clubs throughout the world that sponsor service projects to address such critical issues as poverty, disease, hunger, illiteracy, and the environment in their local communities and abroad. Now, therefore, I, David Captain, Mayor of the City of Elgin, Illinois, do hereby proclaim October 24th as World Polio Day and encourage all citizens to join me and Rotary International in the fight for a polio-free world. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, sir.
I'll say a few words.
Yeah. I just want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Council, for your support of this proclamation. It's not the first time that this has been presented as a proclamation, but polio remains that 0.1% that we're still trying to solve. If you've been following it at all, there have been some new cases in the United States, so we are 100% committed to this effort. And just know that your local Rotary clubs are working hard, both our morning club and our afternoon club, to support efforts to eradicate polio. So it's an important issue still. We're almost there, and thank you again for your support.
Thank you.
All right.
Hold that for a picture, Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
Hey, you want to get in the middle?
No, that's fine, fine.
All right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Handful of reviews.
Thank
All right,
you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the public comment portion, and we have two people that have signed up for items that are on the agenda. That includes the Thornton's proposal for annexation, and as policy is, we will allow you to speak when we get to that portion of the agenda. Takes us to bids. First item is bid number 22-054.
Mayor, make the motion to award the bid to Schroeder Asphalt Services Incorporated in the amount of $159,701.
Second.
It's been moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Rauschenberger,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Stefan,
Yes.
Thorne,
Yes.
Mayor Captain.
Yes, the motion's approved 9-0. Bid number 2 is item number 22-052, Elgin Sports Complex drainage and paving improvements.
Move to approve the contract with Medeval Construction to repair the drainage system and pave the surrounding BMX area for the Elgin Sports Complex for $110,997.
Second.
It's been moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Martinez,
Yes.
Powell,
Yes.
Rauschenberger,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Stefan,
Yes.
Thorne,
Yes.
Mayor Captain.
Yes, the motion's approved 9-0. Brings us to other business. The first item is consideration of petition 34-22, the southwest corner of Nestler Road and Marigold Drive, preliminary and final plat of subdivision for West Point Gardens South Phase 3 subdivision to establish 74 single-family lots. Mr. Malat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The West Point Gardens subdivision is generally located south of U.S. Route 20 and west of Nestler Road. Phase 3 is located at the southern end of the subdivision, south of Gansett Parkway, which is here. There we go. This is the BP gas station, this is the Good Shepherd Lutheran Church, and this is the Elgin Galleria 1 and 2 multi-tenant shopping centers, which include Sammy's Mexican Restaurant, Maciano's, and Country Donuts, among others. Further south is the Prairie Knolls Middle School, home to all 6th and 7th graders in School District 301. D.R. Horton requests preliminary and final plat approval for 74 single-family lots. D.R. Horton would construct the same model homes that are currently under construction in the Highland Woods subdivision. They feature hardy lap siding, 2 or 3 car attached garages, and well-articulated architecture with windows on every elevation. The model plans range from about 1,700 square feet for ranch homes to more than 3,000 square feet for two-story models. All homes would have optional basements. D.R. Horton expects to start construction in the spring of 2023. The applicant is present. Should you have any questions, staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval, subject to the conditions outlined within your packet.
Conditions.
Second.
It's been moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Questions for Mr. Malat? Mr. Rauschenberger.
So you're saying this design is similar to their other parts of the subdivision?
No, another phase of a development out in Highland Woods that they're doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess my one question is, and just a thought question about, we have these new homes coming. I'm suspecting many of them will be families, maybe with young children. So the school is just across the street. So is there any thought about how children can safely walk across the increasingly busy road?
So let's go back here to a map, shall we? Right. So in this particular instance, the safest path for kids to walk would be to go north through the subdivision up to Gansett and then back south along the path. Nestler Road is and will be improved with two multi-purpose paths on both sides of Nestler Road. So the safest place for them to path would be just a little further north up there at the Gansett intersection.
So do you think families are going to walk their kids down there and cross the street and come back over? Or are they going to drive across?
I suspect that they will walk, or they'll ride their bikes, because I can tell you that my kids who live a little bit off the screen here went to Prairie Knolls there and rode their bikes to school.
But were they on the other side of Nestler?
No, but at the same time, we often cross Nestler at that Gansett intersection, and
Okay,
so.
okay. Well, just thoughts as
Sure.
we continue development and busy roads and schools, which, ends up with more traffic and more congestion and more difficulty.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to add to Councilwoman Rauschenberger's question, normally what happens, that's something that transportation takes care of. And sometimes depending on what the speed limit is, whether they let the kids cross or not. And it's on the way to the school, these homes, so it wouldn't be much to add those to some routes. That's what I think would happen.
You'll also appreciate that just further south on this map here, however, on the same side of the subdivision, is an elementary school.
Right.
The children that will hopefully take residence in this new phase of West Point Gardens are not districted for that elementary school because it's not accessible by walking. Those students there will be bused out to HBT, which is at the Burlington Central High School campus.
Okay, thank you.
Case, as Councilmember Martinez pointed out, taking into consideration what are safest routes.
Anything else for Mr. Malat? Okay. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Dorn?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, the motion's approved 9-0. Congratulations. Public hearing on petitions 31-22, 32-22, and 33-22 for 1630 Villa Street. Annexation agreement, annexation, and plan development as a map amendment and conditional use to construct a new gas station with an accessory convenience store. Declare the public hearing open. Mr. Malat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This unincorporated property is located on the far eastern edge of Elgin at the northeast corner of U.S. Route 20 and Lambert Lane. Route 20 is here under the jurisdiction of the Illinois Department of Transportation, and this is Lambert Lane. The intersection is signalized, and there is a light at Shales and Route 22. This is the Canadian National Railroad. The new Everclean car wash is here. This is the Oak Ridge subdivision. This is the recently remodeled Safety Clean. This is the site of a nearly completed $32 million, 477,000 square foot spec industrial building. This is the new Vantage trucking facility. This is Copart. This is Estes Line Trucking. And last but not least, this is the new MSD Express trucking facility. Thornton's requests approval of a petition to annex these approximately 8 acres of land and construct the Thornton's Fuel Center on about half of the property closest to the intersection. The remaining land would handle stormwater and include landscaping, but would otherwise be undeveloped at this time. Future development would require amendments to the annexation agreement and zoning. The fuel center would include a convenience store, 20 fuel stations for cars, and 4 fuel stations for trucks. Thornton's would install a 6-foot-high privacy fence and landscaping along its immediate northern edge for additional buffer. Thornton's would plant more than 130 trees on the property while also maintaining the existing mature tree lines. A new public sidewalk would be connected along Route 20 and Lambert to the edges of the property. The development would be a $10 million investment, generate approximately $500,000 in sales tax revenue annually, and bring almost $300,000 of safety improvements to an intersection that IDOT has designated as a 2020 critical safety tier intersection. Thornton's commissioned a comprehensive traffic study, which is included within your packet. And in response to the recommendations of that study and the direction they received from IDOT in response to Thornton's request for a right-in, right-out access at Route 20, Thornton's would improve the Route 20 intersection with a high-visibility crosswalk, pedestrian signal poles, and ADA accommodations across the north leg of Lambert. The eastbound Route 20 left-hand turn lane on Lambert would get 50% more stacking space, and protected left turn signals would be added from Route 20 onto Lambert in each direction. The north leg of Lambert would be restriped to provide dedicated right turn, through, and left turn lanes, creating more capacity in this leg of the intersection too. In response to concerns raised at the Planning and Zoning Commissions, Thornton has asked, and the Village of Bartlett and Lakewood Memorial Cemetery have agreed to allow Thornton's to trim their trees to improve westbound visibility. And Thornton's will ask IDOT to let them install flashing yellow warning lights along Route 20 in advance of the intersection. The right-in, right-out access on Route 20 includes a protected deceleration lane, and Thornton's would have a full access on Lambert, but that access would be signed no right turn for trucks. Thornton's would be open 24 hours a day, and they are asking to sell accessory packaged beer, wine, and liquor. The plan also includes up to 5 video game terminals. A liquor license and video gaming license would be required, and the liquor license would limit the time that alcohol could be sold. Route 20 carries about 40,000 vehicles per day along this stretch of road, and Route 20 is a state-designated truck route. Notwithstanding, Thornton is not proposing to build a truck stop. No truck parking will be permitted, and Thornton's will sign the property as such. The building would not have any accommodations typically associated with a truck stop, including showers, laundry, or driver's lounge. Construction would include infrastructure to add electric vehicle charging stations in the future, should demand warrant. Thornton's owns and operates more than 200 stores, more than 70 of which are in the Chicagoland area. The applicant is present should you have any questions. Staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval, subject to conditions outlined within your packet.
We've had 2 people sign up that wish to speak about this petition. We can let them speak at this time. Phil Bolduc.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Phil Bolduc, the real estate manager for Thornton's. I'm simply here to answer any questions that you might have about the project. And I also have Kate Berliner with it as well from Thornton's under the same topic.
Okay, so both of you are signing up and you represent Thornton. So at this time, are there any questions from the council for the petitioner or Mr. Malat? Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. Thank you for being here too as well and representing Thornton's. I believe that I received some communications from a neighboring community who had some concerns, and so just on the behalf of them, I just want to bring that to your attention here publicly, and I'm sure that you're aware of that. Of those communications too as well. Can you speak to some of those issues as they were talking about traffic, lighting, large trucks, which you sort of addressed with the signage that you pointed out. So what, if any, accommodations did you all end up making in consideration of that neighborhood?
Sure, that's a great question. Thank you, Councilman. Certainly some of those concerns are operational, related to Thornton's issuance of a liquor license, video game terminals. Thornton's deems those to, and please don't correct me if I'm wrong, deems those to be operational necessities for the viability of their business. However, what Thornton's did do was work to address some of those concerns that they heard in response to traffic and to safety and to truck movements in particular. Notwithstanding all the things that they will be doing in terms of upgrading this intersection, that following the Planning and Zoning Commission, they commissioned a site visibility study, reached out to the Village of Bartlett, reached out to Lakewood Memorial Cemetery. They've made arrangements to trim those trees back. They're going to reach out to IDOT to add to their application for improvements on their flashing yellow lights. So they've taken those extra steps.
Okay, perfect. And so I don't know if that was a neighborhood association or if it was just someone in the neighborhood that went around and got the petition signed, but whoever that was, however that operated, you've been communicating directly with that group or the person that was the ringleader, so to speak, in that.
Correct, and they expressed their concerns through the Planning and Zoning Commission and communicated, and you have the benefit of their testimony through that public hearing in your transcripts there as well.
Perfect, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Ms. Powell.
Thank you. Mark, you mentioned that there will be sidewalks. Do the sidewalks connect to anything? Are they connecting to existing sidewalks that are there? Because I think one of the complaints I heard from a resident in the neighborhood is that there are sidewalks at the car wash, but they don't really connect to anything.
Right. So this is that age-old question that we'll get from time to time. When
what comes first, the chicken or the egg?
Exactly. And so in the instance of the car wash, they were kind of the first out of the gate, and they put the sidewalk on their property. Thornton's has agreed to do the same, and so what you'll have is Thornton's at least making the connection across the street. What IDOT was recognized was that in this immediate intersection, wherever Clean had put in their sidewalks, they said, okay, well, fine, Thornton's, in terms of what we're going to ask you to do to upgrade the safety of this intersection, since there is a pedestrian system immediately across the street, we want that to be connected, and we want that to have ADA accessibility and the like. As it relates to the connections, there's obviously nothing to the further to the east. There is a little bit of a, sorry, I don't have a gap there, but on your image there, if you look at the kind of orangish yellow line that represents the sidewalks that Thornton's has committed to put in right now, there is about a 300-foot gap from the edge of that, the western edge of that sidewalk that could connect through right-of-way over to the Oak Ridge subdivision, but that's not necessarily part of this application at that time, not to say that it couldn't be added.
Great, thank you. So some of the central concerns that I've heard from residents are regarding how difficult it currently is to get in and out of the subdivision, because the only way in and out of this subdivision apparently is through Lambert Lane.
There's also immediately, if you wanted to go westbound, let me see if I've got a slightly better image here. That one may not be good. This one's good. So Lambert Lane is immediately on the left-hand side of the subject property there. There is another street immediately there to the west that is a right in and right out. So there's two ways. Thank you for the finger there. Yep, right there. So there is that access point there. What is overarching all of this, however, is Route 20 is a strategic regional arterial that is a state route. So the deference for traffic movement by IDA is going to be to give the longer signal turning movements to traffic moving through Route 20. But one of the things that will happen as part of the improvements made by Thornton's is that they'll re-optimize the intersection, recalibrate the turning movements, the timings and things like that. So that will all be part of this comprehensive improvement that Thornton's would pay to have done at the intersection.
That's good to know. I also appreciate the fact that it's truck fueling versus a truck stop.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's important to point out. And the fact that even though Thornton's is open 24 hours and is proposing to sell alcohol, can't be sold 24 hours. I think there was some misconception from folks about when they saw that it was going to be open 24 hours and alcohol was involved, that alcohol would be sold 24 hours. Alcohol can't be sold 24 hours. So I just want to point that out. I take this way to, a lot. I actually think it's very much needed. Always look down and realize my gas gauge is not where I thought it was when I left the house. And it would be nice to be able to, stop and get gas somewhere. When I travel, I use Thornton gas stations a lot. I think, to your credit, I think you've done a really good job in the Chicago area about maintaining your stations and doing a good job where you've placed them. And it appears that there was some care and thought put into the surrounding area. And I appreciate some of the changes and amendments that you've made to this based on the feedback from residents, because I think that's important to be a good neighbor prior to coming in and continuing that relationship once you're there, because those are going to be probably some of your main customers coming out of that neighborhood. So I urge you to continue those conversations, and continue to work with them. My only concern is, when I think about semi trucks and how long those trailers are, how that's going to line up with them coming in and out and turning. I'm kind of having a hard time picturing that, and if that's going to impede traffic flow.
Sure. So one of the things, and I'm sorry I didn't include that detail in this presentation or highlighted it, but one of the things that Thornton's provided with their traffic analysis and their engineering was a truck turning radius template. So throughout the site, moving in and out, they show the full 18-wheelers moving so that they show that they can safely navigate in and around on the property.
And did that include being able to safely navigate around pedestrian and other vehicular traffic?
Correct. So one of the nice things about this site plan is that to the best that you can, at least, is that the trucks are separated there on the eastern side, and their movement will be generally shown right over there, whereas the pedestrians and the passenger cars would be on the western side of the property. So they do, to the extent that you can, create a nice separation between those two vehicular movements.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
Anything else? Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. Quick follow-up question. There at the corner where 20 is, those are a set of lights.
Yes, sir.
Right? So
Yes, sir.
it's not like these big 18-wheelers are going to jump into the flow of speeding traffic and causing a crash or traffic. Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. Because that's what I thought you were actually asking. That was, okay. So, but it sparked that. Thank you.
Sure.
Anything else? Ms. Rauschenberger.
Thank you. Hopefully, I have just one comment and question. Thank you for putting in, building with the long-term thought process of putting in some electrical infrastructure. You probably could tell us a lot more what the industry is looking at for the next 10, 20, 30 years. But I'm glad you're thinking that way. And second of all, I guess I wondered if anyone had any issues, and just so you are aware, for light pollution, I think sometimes I think the neighbors are going to be surprised when there's this kind of big lit up place nearby. And so hopefully the lights are at least minimized and pointing down, et cetera, as per code. That's my only thought. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Just a couple things. You know, I read through the minutes and the concerns of the neighbors, and I think I asked Mr. Malat to do a little research for me, and I think this is an important amenity to the neighborhood. There's grocery stores about 1.5 miles or 2 miles away, and this will make it very easy. And when you need that gallon of milk on an evening in January, you don't have to leave the house. You should be able to get there. And to tie into that, Mr. Malat, you said that there's a gap of about 300 feet.
Yes, sir.
Between their property and Oak Ridge.
Yes, sir, on sidewalks.
I'd like to make that a requirement as part of this for the recommendation that that sidewalk be connected to make it pedestrian friendly and make that connectivity. This may be the last development out in that area. It's going to be tough to develop. As far as the questions about Route 20, you know, it's not up to the city to necessarily do all these things and to make those decisions on traffic flow. IDOT will make those decisions. We just provide the template for them, and they will say this is okay or it's not okay. But they'll look at the safety to make sure that the turning lanes are proper and the lights are there, so we follow their guidance. And hopefully this will be a great project. I'll be happy to support it. I think it will help the neighbors out there, and I appreciated a comment from a gentleman that lived across Route 20, and he commented about the very thing that this was easy for him to get to and to be able to go get some groceries for his family. Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question on what you're stating right now, Mayor. Who maintains that sidewalk? Who will clean it then?
It will be Thornton's sidewalk.
The sidewalk actually will be installed and maintained by us on our property. Everything off-site of us would be, I assume it's dedicated to the city, and even ours is dedicated to the city upon completion and acceptance by final inspection.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted that clarity.
Yeah.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Shaw.
Well, and just for some clarity, are you asking for the extension of a sidewalk on property they don't own? Because that's where the gap is.
It'd be in the right of way.
It'd be in the right of way.
Yeah.
Going back that way?
Going west from the
Towards
property.
Hilliard Drive. You want to connect over to Hilliard Drive.
Yes.
Connecting from the yellow dot on the far left of the screen all the way over to where the Oak Ridge subdivision sign is.
Okay.
And I believe there's an ADA walk there now in place.
Correct. So it'd be this,
That.
hopefully a little more cleaner than that, but, yeah.
And who would maintain that sidewalk then?
That would be a city sidewalk, as would all of the sidewalks here, at least on Lambert Lane. Once they're improved, then they're dedicated. There's guarantees put up for for maintenance if should anything fail. But like all subdivisions, eventually things get turned over to the city.
Gotcha.
Anything else?
So is that a motion, Mayor? Are you moving to add that?
Just to be added to the, it'll be just then added as a recommendation, as part of the recommendation.
We're just at the public hearing now. The next
Yeah,
item is
that's
the
right. We're not
consideration.
moving
You could
anything
add it
yet,
in the
right.
motion.
Right.
So to be clear, we are asking them, probably in the next item, to add that extension of building out the sidewalk. They would be responsible for building that out and maintaining it until it's turned over to us. But I think the other piece that I think someone was getting at is in the wintertime, once that's turned over to us, we're not plowing, we're not shoveling snow out there. You would shovel the snow on your property,
Right.
on the sidewalk.
I assume that we would, under Elgin Code, we would be required to maintain the sidewalk in front of us.
On your
Yes,
property.
on your property.
Correct.
But that other portion that connects back to the subdivision would, just like any other sidewalk,
Right.
we don't shovel snow on.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Just want to make that clear. All right.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Malat? Anybody else in the audience wish to speak to the public hearing? Anybody else wish to talk about the Thornton's annexation? Seeing nobody at the podium, declare the public hearing closed. That brings us to item 3, and that's consideration of petitions 31-22, 32-22, 33-22, 1630 Villa Street annexation agreement, annexation and plan development as a map amendment and conditional use to construct a new gas station with an accessory convenience store.
Move for approval?
Second.
Moved and second for approval, subject to conditions, and an additional condition would be the addition of 300 feet of sidewalk.
I think we need to, that needs to be a motion, I think, to amend. I just have, I guess personally, I have some concerns with asking a private business owner to construct sidewalks that are not on their property. If that's something that's desired from a council perspective, then that should be a city initiative to put that infrastructure in. But that's not their property. That's where I get the concern, I guess. That's my feeling. So I guess I would ask for a motion so we could vote on that.
All right, then we have no motion so far for the consideration. So you ask for a motion to consider a sidewalk as a recommendation for this.
Well, I move to approve I made a motion to approve the item as is. If someone would like to amend that motion to add your recommendation, that would be in order, I would assume.
That's correct. The motion that has been seconded is on the floor, subject to the conditions and the materials. If there's an additional condition, someone would need to make a motion to amend by adding that condition. And that would need to be seconded on, and that would be voted on first as an amendment, and then the main motion would be voted on after that.
Okay, so we need a motion for an amendment to add the sidewalk.
I'll make that motion for the mayor.
I think you have to make it.
Yeah, I'll just make it. I'll make the motion. Looking for a second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for a motion to add the 300 feet of sidewalk to provide connectivity to the nearby neighborhood. Anything else? Mr. Stein?
Yeah, I wanted to comment on that. Having made the motion to get it in front of us to discuss, my thought is let's have staff tell us what the cost of this extension of the sidewalk is, consider the city paying for it rather than making the person who's here to develop a gas station pay for it. It appears to be, it certainly isn't on their land. It appears to be on the land from that subdivision that was developed, but it would be in the right-of-way, which I assume is ours now anyway. So I would, having made the motion, it was just to get it to a discussion, and I would make the recommendation that the city consider paying for it after we find out what it would cost, unless you have an idea, but I suspect you don't. Maybe you do.
I can tell you a ballpark. Typically, you're running anywhere from $4 to $6 a square foot, and with a 5-foot square foot times 300 feet of linear square foot, you're in the $6,000 to $10,000 range. Thornton's would benefit from the economies of scale, however, since they're already out there doing that construction versus sending a city crew out there solely to do just that work.
Right. Okay.
Gotcha.
Good point.
Mr. Shaw?
I mean, it'd be great if they volunteered to do that. Like I said, I have a hard time from the dais dictating that to them. Especially since it wasn't discussed at a previous session, so I have a hard time doing that. That's why I don't want to force them, I guess.
While we greatly appreciate, your willingness to participate in the cost of this, this project is upwards to $10 million, and we are probably the last one to develop here for a while. If we don't do that sidewalk, I think it'd be hard pressed unless you took the project on yourself to do it. We'd be willing to do that as part of the overall package. We can discuss what it costs in the future, but I wouldn't want to tie up your council's time with that now. We can work with staff. So I appreciate you bringing it up.
Thank you, yeah.
I just appreciate your willingness to kind of extend back. So I think that's I mean, like I said, that's exactly what, that's what I think the partnership, I think, between business and government can do. I appreciate that gesture.
Mr. Thorne?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I appreciate that as well, coming from Thornton's. And also, I think it also shows goodwill to show connectivity to the neighborhood. of which some of the neighbors, that we know that there's been some expression of concern, but that's going to happen. It's growth, and I think it's a great thing that you're willing to do that and connect. So thank you.
Anything else? Again, thank you very much, and that's appreciated, and appreciate the connectivity. And I think that's good for the neighborhood and good for your business as well. Okay, so
Motion to amend, even though you said it's wrong.
Do we need to vote?
No, it's still there.
Well, then you need to vote on it.
Yeah.
okay,
And
okay. We have
Final
no,
comment from me, given the owner's cooperation and willingness to go ahead with it, I'm in support of it too, right?
okay.
No. So the motion to amend is still on the floor. That
It's
would
still
have
on
to
the
be
floor.
sidewalk.
We have we'll call the roll for the motion to amend.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, the motion's approved 9-0. Now the motion for the petition itself. Been moved and seconded.
Yeah,
Clerk,
it
please
has,
call
yeah.
the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, the motion's approved 9-0. Congratulations and good luck. We look forward to seeing it out there. Thank you. Consent agenda.
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, the motion's approved 9-0. Miscellaneous business.
Move for approval.
Second.
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, the motion's approved 9-0. Announcements. The next committee of the whole meeting will be Wednesday, November 2nd, 2022 at 6 p.m. in the City Council chambers. The next regular meeting of the Elgin City Council will be November 2nd, 2022 at 7 p.m. in the City Council chambers. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn back to the committee of the whole.
So moved, but Mayor, to your last recitation, just to point out that in November, the meetings are the first and third Wednesdays instead of the second and fourth, just so people know.
We have 4 in a row.
And that's why it's on the second. So moved to adjourn back to committee of the whole.
Second.
It's been moved and second to adjourn. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, the motion's approved 9-0. Now entertain a motion to reconvene.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second to reconvene committee of the whole. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Steffen?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, the motion's approved 9-0. Before we start, we'd like to make just a little change briefly in the agenda. And we will go through the other items first, items B through I, I'm sorry. And that will allow us full-time, after the completion of the committee of the whole meeting, to have an in-depth discussion on the statistic and the analysis and the police department data. And that will leave that open-ended for us. So that would bring us to item B, correct, Mr. Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And item B is an agreement with Lamar Johnson Collaborative to prepare the North Grove Redevelopment Area Plan. The city is recommending that the urban planning firm of the Lamar Johnson Collective, or LJC, begin doing work on preparing the North Grove redevelopment area. It will be guiding public participation in the planning process with the purpose of creating a land plan, design guidelines, and implementing strategies for redeveloping the North Grove redevelopment area. LJC distinguished itself from 11 other competitors because of its extensive work with communities along sensitive waterways, including the Fox River, and along with its approach to of public participation in planning. Mark Malott is here to present, along with representatives from Lamar Johnson Collaborative, to answer questions by the City Council. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, City Manager. In the interest of time, I'm just going to say that we were delighted with the response that we received in our call for proposals. We received 12 proposals, and Lamar Johnson Collaborative that just was head and shoulders above the rest. I'm pleased to introduce Leslie Roth, who is the principal with Lamar Johnson Collaborative, and I asked her to just take 3 to 5 minutes to tell you a little bit about her firm and what they have in store for us.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Cool. My name is Leslie Roth. I'm a principal with Lamar Johnson Collaborative. I am a licensed architect and certified planner with over 20 years of experience. We're really excited about the North Grove redevelopment area and working with you all to bring this area to life. Lamar Johnson is a well-resourced and high-capacity firm. We have over 250 employees in several offices across the nation. We do a variety of work, and we are a full-service architecture, urban design, interior landscape architecture firm. We are also housed in what we call the enterprise. It also includes a general contractor, which is Clayco, and real estate development professionals who will be providing development advisorship on this project with CRG. We are joined by Ginkgo Planning and Design, whose principal is Farhat Zareen. Zareen is one of my mentors. We've worked together on at least a dozen projects over time. Zareen's planning firm really specializes in highly graphic planning documents and urban design strategies. Both LJC and Ginkgo are award-winning planning firms, and we look forward to collaborating with you on the North Grove redevelopment area. The approach for this project is unique. There's a lot of RFPs that come across our desk, and we really want to make sure that when we decide to respond to an RFP that it's a good fit. We really look for value alignment, we look for goals alignment, we look for really great design opportunities, and we look for communities that are interested in growth, innovation, appreciate good design, and most of all, appreciate the opportunity of giving their residents a high quality of life. This little diagram here just kind of shows you how we integrate those services to create redevelopment plans, sub-area plans, and master plans that are a right fit for your community, and particularly along sensitive waterways like the Fox River. We're really interested in bringing that to life. One of the most exciting parts about this project is stakeholder engagement. It's wonderful that you have these 3 parcels in the North Grove redevelopment area along a river, adjacent to downtown, near your municipal campus, and adjacent to a number of different civic, institutional, educational, and residential amenities. We want to make sure that residents in the area are familiar with the redevelopment plan, that we hear their voices, that we lift up their concerns, and that we're able to address anything that they want to share with us about their vision for this area. It's a relatively large area, as all of you know, over 12 acres, and so we're looking forward to hearing from stakeholders to understand kind of what they'd like to see there, what kind of recreational amenities, what kind of residential amenities they'd like to see, and generally how this redevelopment plan can enhance their quality of life. To do that, we use a variety of tools. We're kind of moving towards a post-pandemic era now, but we did create a whole new toolbox during the pandemic. And we found that particularly with virtual engagement, that we had a very large number of residents who couldn't participate before the pandemic actually joined us online. This was important in our thinking because we want to make this process flexible. We want to involve residents that are generally underrepresented during planning processes. And so we'd love to work with you on developing new tools to make sure that Elgin residents can participate in this process. The project schedule is approximately 8 months. We are running into the holidays, which always slows things down a little bit, but we definitely want to move this project forward before the end of the year. In discussions with Mark, we talked about at least stakeholder identification, beginning the existing conditions report, gathering data, reviewing reports, and really starting the new year hitting the ground running. First public meetings will probably happen after the new year. We're hoping for some breaks in the winter weather there, so we can do in person. Otherwise, we'll begin focus groups with stakeholders after the new year, and when the weather gets a little bit better, we'll be able to celebrate the vision together. The redevelopment area framework, like I said, it's approximately 12 acres. It involves 3 sites that are very unique in their character. They're all along the river's edge, and we'd really like to take a look at what the important adjacencies are, what the vision for this project is, connecting to existing trail systems and making sure that residents in the area are able to take full advantage of new amenities that will be created through this design process. There's a few different key issues that we presented to Mark and the evaluation team that we thought should be lifted up and centered for this process. One of them is design for resiliency. Elgin is a city moving forward. You're innovative in your design thinking, and so we want to make sure that this plan is future focused, particularly thinking about what the future of the waterway is, if there's any structures that may be removed, connectivity across the river. These are all aspects that we'd like to consider for this project. This is a new area for Elgin that will be developed. We want to think about what uniformity of branding looks like for this particular area and how it can be consistent with Elgin's existing branding. Ginkgo and her team and Zerine's team will be creating a set of design guidelines to help create that uniformity and really give shape and form to the design recommendations. Like I said, this is a future-focused plan, but it also needs to be implementable. To do this, we're working with our partners at CRG, our development advisors, to make sure that we have a good understanding and can share with you a framework for implementation. That's identification of funding sources. It's looking at how to connect to regional partnerships. It's also looking at project phasing and constructability. So all of these pieces and parts make sure that this plan does not sit on a shelf, that it is uniquely Elgin, and that it is implementable. Oops, sorry about that. Go back here. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. So, finger was going too fast. So there is a regulatory and land use environment that exists in Elgin. Of course, that's the first thing that we're going to look at. This plan needs to be really grounded in reality, and we want to make sure that while everyone appreciates beautiful design, it also needs to be realistic and ground truth in the realities of today as well as the future. During this process, we want to be able to make recommendations to you on if land use needs to change, if your regulatory environment, including zoning, potentially needs to change to accommodate new uses. So this will all be a part of our process of assessing the existing conditions as well as providing new recommendations to you. And lastly, the master plan framework. We know that, Elgin is a fantastic city. There is a number of, very important cultural and historic aspects to this project that we want to bring into the North Grove redevelopment area. And to do that, we're looking forward to creating a master plan framework for you that can help Elgin grow and that considers many opportunities for the future. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions at this time? Okay. Ms. Powell. So both of you at the same time.
Really exciting. As most of us sitting up here know, everyone, this has been a long time coming. We've been acquiring these parcels for a while and doing extensive environmental remediation at a couple of the sites. So it's exciting to finally get to this point where we can really talk about redevelopment and what could possibly be what the future looks like here. So I'm excited to see that move forward. excited about the credentials that you and your partners are bringing to the table. Appreciate the fact that you are sensitive to the river being there. The river is very important as a resource to us, and I think it's been rather underutilized, so I really look forward to seeing, some of the ideas that come forward as part of this process. My question is, as it relates to sustainability, where the city has a sustainable action plan, was wondering if you had a chance to look at that and how you plan to incorporate sustainable elements into the redevelopment process.
Yes, so we are aware of the Sustainable Action Plan and are thrilled that you are a community in the region that has one. It's really a model for other communities to follow because not every community that we work in has that. So the conversation starts in a different place because you already have established a shared language around how you want to approach sustainable elements, what climate change means, and this is something that is very exciting to us as a team because it really adds a lot of value in terms of what design elements we include in the project. Our general philosophy around sustainability is that it is should be intuitive and should be a part of every project. And so while the Sustainable Action Plan has a number of different elements that, of course, we will be and look forward to incorporating in our plan, if there's things that we're not seeing that we think that you may be interested in, we'd like to share those with you. We're also going to be looking at precedents from other communities nationally who have been successful in their riverfront developments. And so if there's aspects of those other best practices that you'd like to incorporate into this plan, that will be a conversation also. So yes, the Sustainable Action Plan is certainly a starting point. And we, as I mentioned before, this is a very future-focused and innovative plan. So absolutely, we would be including that.
Great, thank you.
Anything else? Ms. Ruschenberger.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, and I think many of us here are excited about this kind of, are we calling it the North River Development, or whatever we brand it. It's a lovely area. It's an extension of our downtown, and as Councilperson Powell said, I think we've neglected we've got piece parts of our riverfront downtown kind of developed, but a lot of it's not. So maybe this is a start of a whole riverfront thought process. I also, wanted to comment on resiliency, and that will be part of the plan for, what the future holds in weather, and et cetera. I am also a proponent of development here. I think we should be, for example, instead of sprawling out, we should be promoting density in our downtown, because that will help the economic vibrancy of our downtown. So that's just my thought. And finally, just as an interesting point, how do you see the library fitting in, since it's sitting sort of plop in the middle?
Those are all great comments. It's interesting that you mentioned the library because when we came for our interview, we were driving around, we drove on the other side of the river, and the parking lot of the library was absolutely full. There was a book fair happening, but we came in and talked to the evaluators. Oh, is your library used frequently? Are there always? Yes, it's very heavily used. So we were like, this is going to make the development even better, because when you have that level of concentration and excitement in an area, and it stretches, all through downtown, that it presents a real opportunity. So, our approach to this project, while the assignment was these, 3 parcels, this is going to be a meaningful project for the immediate vicinity of downtown and that district and the city of Elgin as a whole. So our approach will be to look at a much broader area to make sure that there is consistency, not only from a land use and regulatory perspective, but from an activation and vibrancy perspective. We want to make sure that, as you mentioned, if there's a feeling that the river is currently underutilized, what are the things that we can do in North Grove and even, adjacent to the library and connect, all the way to downtown that would create a stronger destination at North Grove and really support downtown as an economic generator and destination within the city. So really great comments. Really happy to hear that. Thank you.
One last comment. So I know that many people also cross there in front of the library. There's a bike path, kind of go this way and this way. And it is a busy street, and I, for example, am not happy that we don't have stripes there, et cetera. There is a light and there is a button. So, I'd like to really make sure that pedestrian, that we kind of, that busy, sort of busy street, and could get busier, not separate the two, that pedestrian friendly. Obviously, I know you think about this, but that's my thought process.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a whole multimodal connectivity, like transportation system that we're going to look at. So pedestrians are a part of that, the regional trail system, bikes are a part of that, sidewalk connectivity, if there's gaps, if there's difficult crossings, if there's intersections that need safety improvements, roadways, access and circulation. And we are not looking at these parcels as, while we believed in density also in compact development, it needs to be a right fit for Elgin. And so what does it look like if we add more open space? How are people getting to it? What is the impact on the neighborhoods? So certainly that's something that we'll look at.
Okay, anything else? Mr. Nixon.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Looks wonderful. Actually, the question I was going to ask was kind of asked by Councilwoman Rauschenberger, but I'm actually going to just take it a step further. A couple of weeks ago, we approved approved and discussed some bridge work that's going to be happening. We hired 2 firms to do that work. And one of the topics that we discussed was connectivity, specifically with walking trails, bike trails, and just creating that system so that from city staff's point of view, when we are going through this planning process with this firm, I want to make sure that there is a connection there as far as what's happening so that things aren't disjointed, right? Because we can say mobility and walkability, and that means 2 different things to 3 different firms, right? And I'm sure that the 2 firms will be on the same page because they're essentially working in tandem around the same timeline, right? This won't come at the exact same time, but we need to be inside of this plan, understanding that we want to connect it in a way that it's not going to feel disjointed once this plan, all of this is done and comes to fruition, that it's going to feel good and make sense. So if you could speak to that a little bit, and maybe even Mark, in talking about that as well.
Well, before I give it back to Leslie, all the teams, when we went through the selection review process, were made aware of the potential for the replacement of the Kimball and Chicago Street Bridge and the importance that creates, not just to vehicular connectivity, but to pedestrian connectivity and bicycle multimodal up and down the Fox River. But the other important element, and Mr. Poopins may see dollar signs when I say this, is the design aesthetic of those structures. Those will set the appearance and the standard for what the city values in terms of the importance of its aesthetic, and then how that translates into private sector development.
Absolutely. I mean, excuse me, the bridge is really a gateway into downtown, and so that's going to be a very critical element in, creating the kind of environment, brand, and, easily recognizable kind of location that you want to have in the city. I mean, we look forward to those conversations, and even during our interview, we talked a little bit about the bridge being replaced and, is there opportunity to coordinate with the design of the bridge? Is there opportunity to coordinate, trails, sidewalks? Is there a designated pedestrian path? What happens on the other side of the river? So absolutely during the design process, and even, once we kind of start before the end of the year, once we start this project, we'd love to start having those those conversations almost immediately, just to be brought up to speed on where we are in the process, who the other teams were that were selected, and really begin to coordinate the designs early on in the process. I think that, even if with the bridge redesign, if that happens later in the design process, that there's still an opportunity to coordinate either on aesthetics or location of entry points or how paths connect to make sure that it is a very well coordinated design. And it's exciting when a piece of infrastructure like that is replaced, because there's always an opportunity to do things better and to make sure that you're accommodating not only the existing residents in Elgin, but future residents, and kind of create the kind of exciting environment that you want to have in downtown. So we look forward to those conversations.
And I might just be overstepping with this next comment, but this is just the way that my mind is working. So connectivity is one thing, right? But then also the material that's being used from one project to another project when it comes to it, to that connectivity also is something that I think about, right?
Yep.
And I want to make sure it feels good when I'm walking on it, and it feels consistent. I'm going to say it's consistent throughout and doesn't feel disjointed in that way as well. So thank you.
Yes,
I appreciate
we're
it.
on the same page. Look forward to
Okay.
working with you on that.
All right, good stuff. Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the proposal.
Second.
Been moved and seconded for approval. Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Stefan?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Item C, engineering services agreement with Hampton, Lenzini, and Renwick for the 2022 detention basin retrofit program at the Airport Road Detention Basin. This basin was originally constructed in the late 80s, and due to a lack of maintenance, but more so its obsolete design, it doesn't function as originally intended. This initiative will be creating an updated design implementing best management practices, including stormwater retention and infiltration, native plantings, vegetative strips, and the like, to promote infiltration, reduce flooding, and enhance the water quality, along with a reduction of pollutant runoff.
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Stefan?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0.
Items D and E are companion pieces and involve the city's continued efforts to remediate the lead service lines, both in the public water supply and in those private water service lines leading up to residents' property. Item D is an engineering services agreement with Engineering Enterprises, Inc. That will hire EEI to assist in the city's application for a second $4 million loan that contemplates principal forgiveness from the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency. This loan will provide funding for the removal of approximately 310 private and public service lines. And the next item is, and when we move to item E, it is authorizing staff to initiate the paperwork that's necessary to apply for that loan.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded for approval. Any discussion? Ms. Powell?
I think this is worth saying something about. This is pretty exciting when you look at the fact that we're getting this money, the $4 million forgivable loan program. And correct me if I'm wrong, Manager Kozel, it looks like it's there's an opportunity for us to get this not just once, but twice.
This would be the second instance. We're already doing work in conjunction with an original $4 million loan program. Certainly the ability to continue tapping into this funding source from the IEPA will be contingent upon Illinois' ability to continue funding the program.
So it's annually into perpetuity, well, probably not into perpetuity, but at least as long as the money's available. We've already done the first year. We're applying for the second year. There's a possibility for perhaps even a third year, potentially.
Potentially, but again, that's dependent upon the state funding.
I think this is definitely a step in the right direction. I know we've been mandated by law to replace all of these lead service lines. So I know some people are probably wondering, why are we going to this extent? We are mandated by law to replace these service lines by a certain time. I forgot what that date is. I think it's probably in the memo. But I'm glad to see that this funding is available to help offset that cost, and we're no longer asking residents to come out of pocket, which can be rather expensive and cost prohibitive for some folks to get this work done. So definitely we'll be supporting this and appreciate the work that staff has put in to get the grants to help fund this project. Thank you.
Mr. Kozel?
If I can add, Mayor, thank you. So in addition to these two $4 million loans, this would be the second of which the city is applying for. Also recall that the city is utilizing its $13.5 million in ARPA funding towards lead service line replacement as well. So put that $13.5 million on top of the $8 million that we're talking about here to make a real dent in the work towards replacement.
Mr. Stephan?
Yeah, as I try to do every time this issue comes up and we move ahead with kind of solving it, I point out as an owner of a house that was built in 1907 that if you have a house that has a lead service line that the city has at the street leading to your house, you probably almost certainly have lead pipes in your house. And to point out that having this solved by the city in eliminating that source of potential lead poisoning won't solve the lead pipes in your house. So you also have to look at what's going on in your house if this is an issue, and it should be an issue or a concern. So just want to point that out.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Stefan?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0.
Item F is change order number 2 to water treatment chemicals chlorine bid. City Council may recall that when the city went for bids for chlorine for treating its water, there was only one bidder. That bidder was only able to guarantee pricing for the first 90 days of the year. There was a change order that came to necessitate the increased cost for the chlorine, and similar, this change order number 2 in the amount of $4,800 compensates for the increase in pricing for chlorine the city is obtaining from Alexander Chemical.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Ms. Paul?
Just clarification, the vote we just took, did we combine items?
Yep.
Did we combine those two items and vote
Oh,
on
I'm
them
sorry.
together?
Yep, Mr. Kozel skipped one.
I
I
did,
was going to
yes.
go backwards. We got this one right.
I'm sorry, I can,
Okay.
yes. In my expediency of trying to create some efficiencies, I apologize. So I would recommend, Mayor, to continue with the vote on F, and I will go back to E. I'm sorry.
Yeah, finish F and go back to E.
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Stefan?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0. Now back to item E.
My apologies. Item E is lead service line replacement program, year 2 with the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency's Public Water Supply Loan Program. This initiative authorizes the city manager to execute the IEPA Public Water Supply Loan documents and approve a debt authorization ordinance in accordance with the program to secure $4 million in funding for the city's lead service line replacement program, year 2. Again, that's a forgivable loan, and the requirement for the debt authorization is to ensure that the city will have the funds necessary to complete the contemplated work if the grant is awarded.
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Stefan?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0.
Item G is a purchase agreement with Wunderlich Malik Services for PLC upgrades. PLC stands for Programmable Logic Controllers, and this is essentially the computer system that helps with the production and distribution at each of the city's 10 sewage lift stations. The first 6 PLCs were upgraded during the past 3 years, and this project continues the program by upgrading 2 additional PLCs. What's of significance in this particular initiative, if you're able to scroll down to the bottom of the cow memo, you'll see that it's authored by Kelsey Olson. Kelsey Olson is the Water Department STEM intern, and this is a departing project that was provided to the city as a benefit of that program. So I think that that's a neat little way to end that up. So thank you.
Great.
Kelsey Olson.
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Stefan?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0.
Item H is an amendment agreement for the proposed improvements to the Elgin Sports Complex. When the city originally purchased the sports complex land, it was contemplated that it would be used as the headquarters for the San Filippo Nut Company. Environmental remediation completed at that time performed remediation to what's commonly referred to as an industrial level. With the city now planning to use the property for park use, that requires remediation to a residential level, and this authorization enables the city's consultant, Smith Group Incorporated, to conduct the additional due diligence needed for the property to meet IEPA residential standard. This includes a comprehensive site investigation report, a remedial objectives report, remedial action plan, remedial action completion report, preparation of wetland delineation reports, and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers jurisdictional determinations. As you might expect, the findings of this may necessitate the need to spend more money depending on what is discovered, but it'll be a necessary improvement for the work that's contemplated for the sports complex.
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Stefan?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0.
Item I is a purchase of service agreement for temporary emergency warming shelter services. As we know, the city annually funds the cost for operating a temporary emergency warming shelter during the winter months. For the past several years, the city has been entering into an agreement for temporary emergency warming shelter services with local community organizations. This will be the second year in which the city is contracting with the Elgin Dream Center and the Business Nonprofit Development at First United Methodist Church to host and operate the temporary emergency warming shelter this season. The Business Nonprofit Development Center at First will be hosting the emergency warming shelter at its building, with the Elgin Dream Center serving as its operating entity. This contemplates funding in a not-to-exceed amount of $100,000.
Move for approval.
Second.
It's moved and second for approval. Any discussion? Ms. Powell?
I just want to thank the partners that we're working with and continue to work with to put on this, to do the shelter, the emergency warming shelter each year. At least from everything I've heard and observed, they've done an outstanding job and have been good partners. So I want to thank them for that. Look forward to our continued work with them and helping our unhoused community during very cold weather when this operates. There was some really helpful background information in the memo in terms of some of the work that was done as part of the housing summit that took place during the summer of 2021. Since the public really isn't privy to this, I would ask that at some point in the coming weeks, if we can have staff do some type of presentation, just kind of updating the public on what's going on with the homeless portion. You know, we've been talking about this a long time. We get a lot of questions about it. I think there's some really good information here to be shared with the public so that people kind of know where things stand and where we're going. We don't have to have all the answers, obviously, you know, at this point, but I think it'd be a great time to provide an update to the public on where things stand.
Assistant City Manager Karina Nava is here, and she could do that at this point, but if you're interested in postponing that for a later date, you can certainly do that as well, whatever your pleasure.
Yeah, let's plan for that later,
Okay.
so she's got time to kind of plan for it.
Okay, Mr. Dixon?
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to raise a similar point. A few years ago when we were just running this through FUMC, we were discussing potential plans to create some type of hub agency center so that we can provide some shelter year-round to individuals. And I think we all agree to stop kicking the can down the road was the phrase that was used. But still we find ourselves in the same place.
Not because we're kicking the can, though.
Well, okay. That's what was used. All right. So I have not seen that come to fruition. Okay. So I agree. I would like an update. And as far as this agreement is concerned, question, the $100,000 mark, was that the amount not to exceed last year and the year before, or did that cost increase?
Last year, Ms. Nava and others had to work the scramble to find a location for Pastor Abi's services. So what we did in order to make sure that there would be a shelter in time for the cold weather, I used my authority as the manager to enter into an agreement with First United Methodist Church. Pastor Felicia stepped in at the 11th hour to be able to provide that facility for the operations, and we got the ball rolling at that point. When we began exceeding the $20,000 level of authorization, came back with the council for what we expected would be necessary to make payments at the end of the year. So, good memory.
Okay, all right. And which leads me to my next question. A lot of the cost is dictated on how bad the weather is, right? So how often we have to have people there to man that. So that $100,000, are we looking at what the potential winter will look like in determining that?
Get the weatherman out.
Karina's been using the Farmer's Almanac, the new Farmer's Almanac.
Or not, but I'm just curious as to where that number, comes from.
It's a safe harbor, but there's certainly a recognition that if it is a colder winter than expected, and Aaron Neal tells me, well, I won with Aaron Neal last year, listening to the Farmer's Almanac on a mild winter. Everything this year says more snow, more wet, but not so much with cold temperatures. Anyway, if we need to go over the $100,000, we will certainly come back to the city council looking for that. We're not going to pull the plug in the middle of the winter if we know that there's still a potential for sub 15-degree days.
Okay,
or
perfect.
Evenings, excuse me.
Cogley says that there's going to be 22 cold days.
Okay.
So that's the number.
There we go. All right.
Let me write that down.
Right. Let's put that on record. But in all seriousness.
Yeah.
All right. $100,000.
No, it's again, it's safe harbor based
No,
on
that's
historical
not
expenses.
where I'm going. That's not where I'm going. Hold
You
on
want to
here.
bet 100,000?
No. All right. Of your salary?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. $100,000, $100,000, $100,000, $100,000, and we're not plugging the hole. So it's like, yes, we need to provide this safety, right? But we are investing money in something that we're just going to have to continue to invest in year after year without solving the issue. So that's my concern. So I look forward to Assistant City Manager Nava's presentation in a couple of weeks or so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Stefan?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, motion's approved 9-0. Announcements from the council. Ms. Powell.
Yes, could not let the day go by without giving a huge shout out to all of our staff, the vendors, volunteers, downtown businesses, and the weather gods, and the 15,000 nearest, dearest friends of ours that came for Nightmare on Chicago Street here in downtown Elgin on Saturday. It was, as usual, a phenomenal experience for folks who came. I don't think I've missed one in the 10 years that we've done this, and it just gets better and better every year. And then when I see the pictures, I realize, wow, I actually missed something. How did I miss that? But I don't think people realize the effort and the energy, the design, the behind the scenes that goes into making Nightmare on Chicago Street, the setup, the cleanup, everything. It's a lot. So I really, really want to give a shout out to everyone that's involved with that, because I know it's a lot of energy, but it was truly appreciated. I talked to so many people down there that came from other communities. Some it was their first time, others they were return participants, and talk about how much they enjoy it, and they come here to Elgin and they've discovered new places to come back and eat and shop in downtown. And isn't that part of the whole point of doing this, to really put Elgin on the map? And we got some really, really phenomenal media support in advance of this event. It was covered on several of the Chicago news stations. So I think that helped to draw people here. And of course, like I said, the weather gods shined on us, and it was really good weather. So I just really want to again say kudos to a really well done event, and I hope everyone that was involved got some well-deserved rest afterwards. Thank you.
Okay. Any other announcements? Apparently none from staff. Mr. Kozal's gone, so. Oh, there he is. Announcements from staff.
None, Mayor, thank you.
Okay. At that time, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn, and we're going to bypass the executive session so we can spend additional time on the analysis of the police data. And then we'll take a 5-minute bio break.
Want to take a 5-minute break now?
Yeah, before we start. So motion to adjourn, and then back to the committee of the whole.
We're actually we're in the cow, though. I think just a motion to recess, you're saying, right?
Recess.
Yeah, just to recess for 5 minutes.
That's correct.
Yeah, just a motion to recess.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Dixon?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Rauschenberger?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Stefan?
Yes.
Thorne?
Yes.
Mayor Captain?
Yes, we are adjourned. Mr. Kozel, are you ready?
That earlier, at this part of the presentation, Ryan Drake, the city's Elgin Police Department crime analyst and professional statistician, will be making a presentation comparing CPE's assessment with the NIU regression analysis. And then we also contemplated Chief Lally coming and providing an overview of the initiatives that the police department has been taking, recently initiated and is proposing to do in order to address perceived racial disparities within its policing. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to ask for additional time at the conclusion of Chief Lally's presentation to provide some rebut to the statements that were made by Dr. Goff as part of his presentation. I've been involved with the negotiations with CPE during this past week, and all I can say is that some of the variables of those conversations were omitted in Dr. Goff's recounting of what occurred. He was not a participant in those negotiations. I spoke to Niles Wilson after the adjournment to let him know that we were going to be rebutting some of these allegations to provide him with an opportunity to weigh in on Zoom. He did not apologize. He appreciated the request, but said that he would not be joining for the rebut. So, without further ado, Ryan Drake. Thanks for the patience, Ryan.
Good evening, and thank you. I will be presenting NIU's analysis of the data, showing results side by side where there are overlap with CPE's results. As the chief mentioned, this is not about what is right or what is wrong regarding the methods of the analysis or the results of the analysis, excuse me. This is just about analyzing the information in all ways possible. We want to get as much information about these data as possible for us to make our considerations. So the data that NIU analyzed includes both traffic stops and use of force data. The Center for Police and Equity indicated to us that there was insufficient data to meet the quality expectations for their analysis for pedestrian stop analysis. So they communicated to us that pedestrian stop analysis would not be included in the final report, which is why NIU did not perform similar analyses. I'd like to start with talking about the regression analysis in the use of force data. This is one of the more complex analyses that can be performed. Regression analysis is essentially a tool that we can use to try to predict a pattern. In this case, it's use of force with something else that we can measure, these other variables that have come up here. CPE chose crime, poverty, and the share of the black population as these variables to try to explain the use of force pattern in Elgin. CPE's regression found that black people were subjected to force 11.5 times as often as white people. However, these three chosen variables which produced this finding align with less than half of the use of force pattern, which to us is not as compelling as a model that explains, for example, 80% of the pattern. So we agree with CPE's assessment that there are other important variables out there, which is why we partnered with NIU to better understand these potentially missing variables in this 56% unexplained variance in CPE's model. NIU analyzed an additional 19 variables to test what variables might be important predictors for an incident escalating to use of force. To comment on Dr. Goff's concern about oversaturating their model, overfitting, since we did not perform the analysis, we cannot comment on whether NIU addressed the concerns of overfitting. But what I can say is that all these additional variables that were included in NIU's analysis, we require to have collected for each use of force incident. They are directly relevant to the circumstances surrounding a response to resistance incident and are used in evaluating each and every incident during the review process. That aside, it's the same data and the same variables that were provided to CPE, just looking at them in more detail and other variables in the analysis. So these 19 additional variables include day of week, whether or not a supervisor was on scene, the assignment of the officers involved, whether the incident occurred on private or public property, the visibility during the circumstances, the gender of the suspect, the race of the suspect, the age of the suspect, whether the suspect was gang affiliated, whether that suspect was involved in a previous arrest, whether the subject was under the influence of alcohol or drugs, whether or not they were under emotional distress, whether they were armed with a weapon, and the years of experience of the officers involved. Additionally, NIU also looked at the population demographics for where these incidents took place, which aligns with the methods CPE used, as well as the share of the population in poverty and the overall crime rate. The variables that NIU considered to be significant in their analysis included the day of the week, the assignment of the officer, the gender of the suspect, whether the suspect was under the influence of alcohol, whether they were armed with a weapon, and the years of experience of the officer. The race of the suspect and the demographics, including the share of the black population, the share of the population in poverty, and the crime rate were not significant factors in NIU's analysis. Yes.
Briefly, could you explain the pluses and minuses in the right-hand column?
Yes. Yes, I was going to discuss that. So in addition to the overall model, whether an incident escalates to use of force, they also looked at the individual types of force used. CPE did a similar analysis as well, whereas CPE only looked at race and concluded that black people were overrepresented in the most common types of force used. NIU looked at all these other variables for each use of force type. These significant variables vary with the type of force used. For example, we have a column for arm wrist controls. The significant factors for predicting whether an officer would use arm wrist controls, so restraining a suspect by the arms, just holding them if they're resisting arrest, so on and so forth. That included alcohol use and whether the suspect was armed with a weapon. And as in that it's positively associated with alcohol use, meaning that if the suspect is intoxicated, it's more likely that mere arm wrist controls would be used, whereas if the suspect was armed with a weapon, it's less associated that they would use arm wrist controls. In contrast, if the suspect was armed with a weapon, specifically an edged weapon like a knife, it's more likely that the officer would draw a taser. If the suspect was armed with a firearm, it's more likely that an officer would draw or point a firearm. That is what the pluses and minuses in this graph mean. For with handgun draw and point, it's also less associated with a subject who is under the influence of alcohol and less associated with under the influence of drugs. And it is also positively associated with the age of a suspect, in that older suspects will have a greater probability of a handgun being drawn or pointed than a younger suspect. NIU also checked whether officer race and ethnicity was disproportionate in use of force events, meaning was officers of one racial group more present in use of forces compared to show of force incidents. Given the department demographics, NIU did not find any evidence showing that there is a disproportionate amount of officers of one race in one use or show of force category. As for the subjects involved in use of force, both CPE and NIU looked at the individuals involved in these incidents. CPE noted that there were differences between the racial breakdown of the suspects involved in use of force and the city demographics, the breakdown of Elgin by race. NIU did not look at the city demographics, but instead focused on the race of the suspects involved. For these people who resisted an officer's commands, NIU found that they experienced force and show of force equally, regardless of race, meaning that during these contacts with officers, no one race is treated differently. For traffic stops, there was some similarity between NIU's analysis and CPE's analysis. Both of them show that Hispanic drivers had the greatest total percentage of drivers being stopped, followed by white drivers, black drivers, Asian drivers, and drivers of other races. Also, like CPE, NIU found that black and Hispanic drivers were stopped more often for equipment and registration violations. What NIU also found is that while these differences are statistically significant, the overall amount by which they are different is relatively small. NIU also went on and analyzed other data in reference to traffic stops. In comparing black drivers versus white drivers, NIU found that black drivers tended to be older. They also found that officers making these stops tend to have a shorter tenure with the Elgin Police Department. Another variable that NIU analyzed that CPE didn't is the time of day of these traffic stops. Analyzing the time of day is a standard way to test for potential bias in policing. This falls under a concept called the veil of darkness. This is a standard testing procedure that is used in many statistical journals. And the idea behind the veil of darkness is at night, it is far too dark for an officer to be able to discern the race of a driver when he is deciding whether or not to make a traffic stop. Hence, the driver's race is obscured by this veil of darkness. So the race of a driver cannot influence an officer's decision to make a stop at night because it is impossible to discern the driver's race. During the day, however, an officer can perceive a driver's race more easily and can potentially stop more minority drivers if a bias is present in that officer. NIU found that time of day was a significant factor. They found that a greater proportion of black and Hispanic drivers were stopped at night rather than during the day. Another way of visualizing this is that for a traffic stop made by an officer, it is 31% less likely that that driver would be a black driver, 18% less likely during the day that it's a Hispanic driver, and 14% less likely that it's some other race. Regarding the outcomes of a traffic stop, whether someone was issued a ticket, a warning, or even an arrest, both NIU and CPE find that all drivers, regardless of the race, received more warnings than citations overall. NIU found outside of this general pattern that black drivers received more verbal warnings and fewer written warnings than white drivers, whereas white drivers were the most ticketed race and black drivers were the least ticketed race. Like stops for equipment and registration violations, the amount by which these differences are again small. NIU, however, did not analyze arrest data in conjunction with the outcome of a traffic stop, so we cannot make comparisons in regards to arrests. CPE otherwise stated that black and Hispanic drivers were arrested more often than white drivers. Now, during some of these traffic stops, the driver, the vehicle, or the passengers may be searched. NIU found that Black and Hispanic drivers were searched more often than other races, which concurs with CPE's findings. However, this does not, neither group distinguish the difference between a search that is incident to an arrest from a simple consent search. When searched, CPE stated that Black and Hispanic drivers had contraband less often on them than white drivers. In direct contrast, NIU found that all drivers, regardless of race, had contraband on them at similar frequencies. Additionally, whereas CPE stated that roughly there's a 50-50 shot that a searched person has contraband on them, NIU found that only about 18% of the time the search of a driver resulted in contraband being found. Oop, I am missing a slide. Well, outside of these analyses that overlap with CPE's analyses, NIU went on and performed many other tests with some findings including Black and Hispanic officers tended to stop drivers less frequently than others, controlling for other factors. Officers with more years of experience were more likely to write a ticket. More tickets are written during the day, whereas warnings are more likely given at night. And officers with more years of experience are less likely to use force during a response to resistance incident. So this is a short overall summary of NIU's key findings and how they align with CPE's findings. I thank you for your time and for listening, and I can try to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Drake? Mr. Dixon.
I'm sorry, was it Mr. Gray?
Drake, yes.
Drake.
Yes, Drake.
Drake. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Drake. There's more conversation that is going to absolutely happen after your presentation on, but I got to tell you that nothing against you, but this felt convoluted in that there's one report presented from CPE, then there's a statistical one that's presented, more statistical, I'm going to say a more deeper analysis that's presented by NIU that we received, which is not only this presentation that you did, but an actual report that has formulas in it and does a different kind of analysis. So I'm trying to just generally understand what is it that you're trying to relay to us, because it feels convoluted in that. Are you saying that CPE's data was inaccurate and NIU's data is clearer and should be the one that we actually use when we are analyzing our police department and the types of stops and who stopped and all that kind of stuff? You know, which one is it? Because I just hear you reading the report, but I don't know what you're trying to relay to us. Are you, which one is it, I guess, is what I'm trying to get to.
So, okay. Yeah. So, like we had stated, it's not about what report is wrong, what report is right, which method is more accurate. It's about understanding all the different ways that we can turn the data over and examine it in every which way. So I would say neither report individually is better than the other. Both reports should be taken collectively because they represent different ways that you can examine the data with fewer variables, with more variables. There's pros and cons to looking at data in different methods. So again, the goal is to provide a more robust understanding of these data and present analyses in different ways.
Which doesn't give us any answers or directions, because we're just taking all of the data. So I'm not going to, I don't think that you're probably the person to ask the rest of my questions to. I'm gonna leave that to the chief, but I appreciate your time and your analysis, and I'll hold the rest of my questions for the rest of the presentation for City Manager and Chief of Police Adam Lally. Thank you, Mr. Drake.
Thank you for your question.
Ms. Rauschenberg.
Well, I'm just going to take a big stab at this since I haven't had statistics in school for many, many years. But my general feeling is that CPE's data was kind of pretty broad and generally looked at behaviors based on these factors. And you know, I'm going to give them some credit because they have a background in this area and understood of all the possible variables, of which I suppose there are an infinite number of variables to consider. You know, did that guy have McDonald's for breakfast and he has a stomach ache? You know, all these things can be variables. So I think I'm going to give credit to CPE because they have a background and have experience to tell them what were the most important factors. So whether we say, for example, that black, you know, I don't even remember my statistics, that a black person or driver is 11 times more likely to be stopped than a white person. I think that's our general data. And then from there, we can work down. And now whether, and I think their statistical analysis might have said at that point, if they went to the second step, you know, happens more at night, happens more by younger officers, happens more, you know, in certain neighborhoods. So I think they were kind of up here and working toward the granular, where I feel like this tried to go and pick out some reasons. I mean, for example, the idea that the black drivers were older, officers were younger. These are some sort of statistical, you know, points that we should, just seems too out there to me. I don't know. I think I would understand it better from thinking about the statistics we got from CPE were a little bit higher, perhaps, and we see that, you know, I was very happy to see that they said there was a trend, that it's going down anyway, as, you know, the world is becoming more thoughtful about policing, and our department specifically. And I think if we looked at trends in these last few years, I think the trends would continue to go down. And so I think that's a good thing. So you know, I think we can take both of these reports and say there's probably some bias out there in our policing, for sure, based on some statistics. And we can now, I don't know with your report or the NIU report, if it really gives me some reasons or what we can do first to change. But I think I got out of it broadly. There's some bias that we can work on. So that's it.
Thank you for your question. And yes, there's a lot of information presented in the NIU report, but that's precisely what we were looking for. CPE, in CPE's report, they presented their results at a very high level with 44% of the variables that they chose, the 3 variables alone, explaining their model, and they coming up with the statistic. That's great. We want to know more. We want to know more other than those 3 variables, because there's 56% of that variance that is not explained by those 3 variables. So we wanted to have that deeper dive. We wanted to see in more detail during these use of force incidents what's really what are strong predictors that we can then use as actionable information.
But how did you know? Sorry. How did you know what are strong predictors?
We didn't. That's the purpose of this.
I know,
of
but
this
as you
deeper
said,
dive.
it could be 1,000.
Right, and the variables that were used in this analysis, again, are directly related to use of force instance. They're required to be collected and to be reviewed for every single use of force incident. So,
For
again,
example, so age of the officer is one of those statistics?
age of the officer, no, but the age of the suspect, yes.
Okay. And day or night? What time is put there?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, I hope I didn't quite understand either what came out of all of that, but hopefully it gives us some direction.
Ms. Powell.
Yes, thank you for your overview. How did NIU come about selecting which variables to use in their analysis? Did they choose those factors to use, or did we give them those factors to use?
They largely chose the factors on their own. We gave them broad questions that we wished to be answered, and they took it from there. They chose what tests to use that were most appropriate for the situation, and they used the variables that were most appropriate for the situation. So our directive was largely confined to the questions that we originally wanted answered.
But how would they know what would be most appropriate? Do they have previous experience analyzing criminal data, use of force data, police data? So how would they know what would be most appropriate?
What would be most appropriate, so in particular, I'm assuming you're referring to the use of force analysis because that includes the majority of the...
In any of it, because there's so many different variables. I think convoluted is a kind way to describe what we're looking at, because there are so many factors that have been included. That's why I'm curious as to how that was determined and what was the basis for that determination. I mean, because if you're saying that they chose, what is their experience level in dealing with crime and police data, evaluating it to know what factors should be included in their regression analysis, since that's what we're talking about?
Well, of course, I can't speak to their experience in analyzing police matters, but of course...
So we didn't ask that when we sought this out from them? We didn't ask what their experience was?
Our goal was to partner with an organization who just has a strong, pure statistical background. So, no, that was not an answer that that was not a question we had originally asked.
Okay. I'll reserve the rest of my questions for later.
Okay. Mr. Dixon.
That was actually, thank you. That was actually going to be the question that I was going to ask is what was their experience? And we don't know, well, at least you don't know, maybe the chief knows, if the chief wants to answer, or if the city manager is back there, if he wants to answer that question. That's my question, is what is NIU's experience with analyzing policing data? Why did we choose them outside of your reason, which is we wanted somebody who could purely look at the data and analyze it, which I understood. But this being of a special matter, which you require a certain level of expertise, and CPE seems to have that level of expertise, which is why we chose them in the first place. I just wonder, what is NIU's expertise as it comes to this work? And that's not for you. I mean, that's city manager or the chief can answer that either way.
Fine. Yeah. I didn't have any decision in choosing NIU, but I hear from what Ryan is doing. It's what we do all the time as staff. We look for the best information. It's about purity of purpose and getting the most accurate information possible so we can make the most informed decisions and recommendations to the city council. We have a independent investigation firm where we've made a determination that it should have no relationship with the police department so that there isn't any bias as part of its investigations. We didn't tell NIU, as you're hearing, anything about what the purpose of this was, that we had CPE signed up. As Ryan said, we wanted a straight up statistical analysis, no angles, no bias, just tell us the way you see it, balls and strikes. But he didn't need my direction to do that. That's something that we do every day.
Right. I didn't understand how it even came to be. So I don't know if he led the project and got all this and secured the relationship. What was the contract with them? What did we pay them? All of that.
So to just address that specific question, because Dr. Goff had a lot of comments that I'm going to make a statement to. So specifically for NIU, the purpose of CPE, they have a mission. They have I guess you would say, a framework in which they work, which we were fine with. And I also want to just stress before, any more questions or before I say anything, the intention of this was not to find another organization to dispute CPE's finding. That was never the intention. In fact, NIU and CPE agree on certain things. It was to find another way to answer some questions that CPE did not answer, and after asking them several times, let me meet with your data analyst. Please answer these questions. I want a deeper understanding. They did not answer those questions. So I want to stress, NIU was, we had a conversation. I had a conversation with the city manager. I spoke with Ryan. Ryan is the statistician in the department. I said, reach out to an organization, an entity, an educational, someone who can just do stats and give them the same data and let them do an analysis. And it was as simple as that. It was to get more information. It was to get more data. It was not to find some organization who could counter what CPE was saying. If that was the case, we willingly went to CPE. If that was the case, why would we go to them if, and from the very beginning I said, no matter what the results of this report is, I will make it publicly known. I've said that in front of this council several years ago and several times over. So there is no purpose. So I don't want this to turn into, why did they choose these variables? Why did you choose NIU? You can ask me all those questions, but I want you guys to know and really stress this. We were never going to discredit CPE's work. We wanted to work with them. We wanted to get information. But I think it's a very bad practice, a dangerous practice, when we stop asking questions. And I will tell you, the council has the right to ask questions, the community has the right to ask questions, and I, as the chief of police, who has to report to the council, to the community, and to the officers in the department, I have the right to get questions answered that CPE would not answer. And I'll specifically refer to a letter. We met on April 29th of 2022.
Chief, before you
No, please let me, can I finish, please?
No, I didn't want my question to get lost.
No,
my question
I
was
answered
only
the question.
about-
The question is that the answer is, I asked Ryan, who's our statistician, find an educational institute who would be able to get data and do an analysis.
But that wasn't my question. My question was about NIU and what was their experience on doing these analyses,
So
if they had it or not.
And honestly, my concern, I'd actually preferred someone who didn't have experience with a planned, we are in policing, this is what our motivations are. I wanted someone their experience was in stats, strictly numbers. I didn't want to go to another agency. So do you work with police departments? Do you do this? Here is the data. Look at it and tell me what you see without any preconceived notions. So actually, when Ryan came to me and said, NIU works with stats, this is what they do, and I spoke with the city manager, and then we decided to send the data to them. So, and again, I think that there's this maybe sentiment that there was some type of hidden agenda. There never was. It was never to discredit CPE. It was to get more information, get more data. And so does that answer your question?
Yeah. And,
Okay, good.
And that's what CPE was saying, essentially, which is why you guys are going to be rebutting the things that they were saying. They were essentially saying that EPD didn't like the information.
And I will tell you that is an inaccurate statement. And I will tell you that I said to them many times from day one, I do not care what the data ends up being. That was never my thing to have good or bad data. It was, here it is. The Elgin Police Department is willingly coming to CPE, willingly giving our data, which most police departments wouldn't do, and saying, please look at it and tell me what's here. If there is something here and something's going on, and you have to remember, this happens in 2018, shortly after I became the chief. So if I'm going to run an organization and be tasked with changing things, doing things, then I need to have information. And so take it. Tell me what you find. Let me know what it is. So that, and from day one, and I said it many, many times here, whether it was a task force meeting, whether it was an update during 2020 or 2019, I said many times, when the report is finalized, I will share it with the community regardless of what the report says. I was very open, very transparent. It's very disheartening to me that CPE is not here and would not stay to have an open, transparent dialogue about conversation, about how this process was. I am not going to turn this into what I believe Dr. Goff was trying to do and make this adversarial. I've never been like that with any member of the community, with the department. I've always stood up here trying to push the department forward. This was another example. I respect his work. I respect him as a person. I don't believe that respect was shown back, but that's not going to change what we're going to take CPE's report, NIU's report, and we're going to start doing the work. He made a comment that quite often police departments don't want to go and do the hard work. We've been doing the hard work. We've been doing it for about 4 years, and I'm going to kind of go through some of those initiatives and programs because I think it's necessary for the community to hear that, especially after some of the comments that were made. And I want to go back real quickly about why we ended our relationship. So I'll just address that right now. So, because there were several things that Dr. Goff said that I do not agree with, nor were those statements made. And specifically, he stated that the report would make the police department look racist, and that is not why we didn't want the partnership to continue. I've never made that statement. I've never implied that statement. It's counterintuitive to me going to an organization, willingly giving our data, working with them, and then not being given questions to answers that I had. The communication that we had went on for several months. We were meeting monthly, then sometimes they had to change their schedule. Sometimes I had to change the schedule. There's a lot of people at these meetings. We would have bigger meetings that would last a couple hours to really dive into the data. And at one of our last meetings, which was on April 29th of 2022, we went through a whole list of questions that were still unanswered that I had. And again, I think it's very dangerous when we stop asking questions. And I, as the chief of the police, have an obligation to ask some of these questions. So at that meeting, one of the questions I asked was, can we meet with your analyst to discuss your methodology? CPE provided me a letter dated May 16th of 2022. Their answer, so the question, will the analyst meet with Chief Lally to discuss CPD's methodology? Their response, no, period. The Vice President of the Data-Driven Interventions Team has concluded that CPE has provided ample written and verbal explanations of the methodology used to conduct a thorough and accurate analysis and to construct a Justice Navigator assessment during the 3 pre-rollout calls held on December 3rd, 2021, January 21st, 2022, and April 29th, 2022, and with these responses. It is CPE's hope and belief that this detailed response to Elgin PD's specific questions will provide a thorough understanding of the methodology used to create the JNA. I responded, there's a whole host of questions that I had. I responded to them on July 20th of 2022. My response to their answer: the continued discourse between CPE and EPD to achieve a mutual understanding and agreement concerning the Justice Navigator's assessments methods and results is an indication that this has yet not occurred. EPD deeply regrets CPE's unwillingness to work with EPD in accomplishment of this goal. So our partnership, I'm not really sure what kind of partnership I can have with an entity when I'm asking questions and I'm basically not giving any answers. And in fact, Dr. Goff also made some statements that quite often that when these reports are issued or delivered, sometimes there's shock. I wasn't in shock. I wanted to ask more questions. I wanted more information. And I feel that that was taken as being defiant or being, defensive or which it wasn't that at all. He also says that the three things that can happen when these reports are delivered. Number one, ego takes over progress. I've never met him in my entire life except for today. He does not know me. He does not know the Elgin Police Department. I've been an Elgin police officer for 27 years. I think to say that that's a very blanket statement that, of course, someone would react to because I lead the organization. I don't have an ego. Members of the police department don't have an ego. Our willingness to challenge, to change, to do things differently, to embrace criticism, those are the things that I've been saying for almost 5 years, 4.5 years. Second, what happens quite often is that people challenge the methodologies. Okay, well, I think that's kind of what we're supposed to do to have a good discourse and understanding. I'm not disputing their results. I'm not disputing NIU's results. That information has been out there in the pedestrian and traffic stop data, in our use of force data, and you'll see some of the things that we've been doing to change some of this data. But when you challenge the methodologies, I think that's a good thing, and I think that's something that needs to be asked. And then the third thing he said is that quite often they know better than us. And I will tell you in my experience that was a sentiment several times in meetings when I began to ask questions. And I went through what I would call unprofessional experiences with members of CPE staff, to which I spoke to one of their directors and had a phone call with to address my concerns. And our position at the Elgin Police Department from day one was to learn, to grow, to find out what's going on, and to change things. And for me to say that and not show the things that we've been doing in 4.5 years, then I understand that argument. But the things that we've been doing is to continue to change this data. But how can I work with an organization when I ask questions and I'm met with resistance? And his statement that they know better than us gives me clarity as to how some of these conversations, looking back, if that was their perspective, it's very clear to me how I was being received. When in fact, all I was doing was try to find out what is going on. What can we do to change things? What can we do to make it better? So I wanted to make those statements publicly because I think it's, and again, I'm very disheartened that they're not here. I would like an open, transparent conversation. This is not meant to be adversarial. It's not meant to be hostile. I think our beginning of our statements were very matter of fact and we appreciate the cooperation and partnership. But what that was met with was, I think, quite opposite, which is fine. Discourse is fine. But I believe discourse needs to continue with active participants always in the room. That being said, I would like to continue on just to give a recap of what the data says, and then maybe at that point, Ryan can answer questions, me or the city manager, since I'm already here, if that would be okay, Mayor. Okay. And I'll keep this quick and brief. However, I'm not going to, some of this information you already know, but I believe it's necessary to make sure that this information is out there. Again, stressing that this data was from 2014 to 2019, okay? So that, again, we have to put that in perspective. The discussion tonight obviously illustrates how the chosen methodologies can create different results from the same data. CPE and NIU's report, again, contains data from 8 years ago, and the most recent current data is 3 years old. There have been significant programs put in place, initiatives and policies, and this has occurred due to the shift in both the policing profession, our constant internal evaluation, response to community feedback, and most recently through the Community Task Force on Policing. With any policy or procedure or program or initiative in law enforcement, it's important to have balance so that public safety is not eroded. And for example, it's important to have balance when enforcement efforts are made. The community expects a safe community and enforcement action to be taken when appropriate, but they also expect that these actions are taken within legal guidelines and that the tenets of procedural justice, including fairness, transparency, providing explanations to police action, and providing an opportunity for a voice to these actions and being impartial in our decisions is also present. The police department, and I will stress this, is an exceptional department made up of people who provide professional service each day and who work every day to ensure a safe community while also building relationships with our community. These relationships have hard conversations that we've been a part of. Tonight is probably not many people's highlight of their week. But that being said, these discussions need to happen, and they need to happen where people are open, honest, transparent, and accepting of difference of opinions. Our policing philosophy for many, many years has been grounded in a data-driven approach to ensure we're focusing on issues in the community. Our enforcement is centered on complaints, traffic crashes, crime, and we utilize a method called DDAX, which is an operational model that integrates location-based crash, crime, calls for service, and police activity to establish effective and efficient models for deploying law enforcement resources based on data. Center for Policing Equity focuses on, and Dr. Goff mentioned, and if you look at some of their material, they focus on CompStat. And I think one of his things that he has said is they're trying to create a CompStat for justice. So part of that is, as he mentioned at the beginning of his presentation, defining racism is not based on people's feelings. It's based on their actions, their performance. And so they try to drill down on being strategic with the data. We already adhere to that policy, that philosophy. We also clearly define discriminatory profiling through our written directives, and we expressly prohibit this practice. To further ensure that that does not occur, we participate in fair and impartial training. The department has done that for several years. It's a biannual training that we do for all employees. We have body cameras since 2017, again, and we review body-worn camera to ensure that there's not any type of bias occurring or disparity occurring. If there is, then we address it. We have cameras in our vehicles and have been for many, many years. And again, having that technology allows us to do some checks and balances, to look at our data. We regularly review our traffic and pedestrian stop data. So the data that they presented, I have seen that data in 2014, in 2015, 16, 17, 18, and 19, and 20 and 21. That data was not new. That data was accessible to the community, and it's on the web. People can access it if they choose. When we review our traffic and pedestrian stop data, we ensure that there's compliance to the law. And again, as Dr. Goff mentioned, data collection. We're constantly trying to find ways to improve our data collection methods. Some of the issues with both CPE and NIU was that the data collection and the data that was given to them was hard to extract. So but the later years, it became easier. That's because we're improving on our data collection methods, and we still do that today. We always do an administrative review annually of our practices, compliance to traffic and pedestrian stops, citizen complaints, and again, the department has a low ratio of complaints to calls for service, but we're looking at these to understand the behaviors of officers to implement new training policies and procedures, which is one of the tenets of CPE, is they're looking and they want to look at the behaviors of officers. We do that. Response to resistance was a big part. The department examined our response to resistance policy, looking through the lens of the Police Executive Research Forum's report on guiding principles on use of force. There are 30 guiding principles, and we made extensive changes to our use of force policies. To that, we continue to look at use of force, change our methods, change our policy. To reduce our use of force incidents, we continually seek to ensure officers refine their skill sets, to effectively communicate and use de-escalation strategies with those that may be experiencing a mental health crisis. I want to just provide some current data on use of force. So in 2015, 154 use of force response to resistance incidents that is inclusive of use of force and show of force. So 2015, 154, 2016, 195, 2017, 149. And then you see it start dropping in 2018. 2018, 117 incidents. 2019, 112 incidents. 2020, 115 total incidents. 97 is a use of force. Of those 97 incidents, 71, the use of force that was applied was some type of arm or wrist or hand control. 2021, 80 total response to resistance. 58 of those, use of force. 22, show of force. Out of the 58 use of force incidents, 43 centered or used some type of arm or wrist control. Year to date, 2022, 87 incidents, 60 use of force, 27 show of force. And at the end of the year, we analyze all our response to resistance data, and we look at some of the variables that NIU looked at. Officers are required to do reports that entail the suspect's age, height, weight, whether they are intoxicated, if they had prior arrests, where force was used. There are a lot of variables that we collect on our own to make some of these conclusions or attempt to change our policy, change our training, adjust our staffing levels based on when we're seeing a high call volume. We also have emphasized CIT training over the past few years, with all officers receiving that training well before the state mandated through the Safety Act. Our officers are equipped with the use of de-escalation strategies. And again, this type of training, paired with our fair and impartial training, and pairing these concepts together for a broader philosophy is where you'll start seeing some of these numbers being reduced. We created our emergency service detail. So that's how we respond to people who are in some type of emotional crisis. This unit responds to calls for service involving emotionally distressed people. And this initiative has greatly reduced the use of force by department members. That initiative started in late 2018 and into 2019. And that's when you can start seeing some of our use of force numbers decreasing. We created our collaborative crisis services unit that the city manager spoke about. One of the things that Dr. Goff had mentioned is looking to see, are certain populations, inclusive of the homeless population, those abusing who are experiencing some type of mental health crisis, substance use disorder, homelessness. We've already done that, and we've started and started down that path in 2019. In 2020, we did a full review of all our policies. Some of those policies had not been touched for years. We looked at everything, changed our policies, updated our policies. We are currently in the final stages of achieving accreditation through the Illinois Chiefs of Police. In 2020, we also created and started our youth empowerment program. Again, trying to find ways to reduce police contact, which then reduces disparity by pushing people into an alternate restorative justice system. In 2021, we launched our Transparency Hub. Again, completely transparent, robust information on calls for service, use of force data, employee complaints, historic crime data. Before the end of the year, we hope to launch our mobile app for smartphones, and that was from hearing from community members who said, your Transparency Hub is great, but I can't see it on my phone. So we listen to our community, and we're trying to be responsive. In the fall of 2021, we partnered with the Kane County State's Attorney's Office on a pre-arrest diversion program, the first police department in Kane County, who willingly, not because we were told, not because we were mandated, because we choose to do it, because it fits our philosophy. And again, looking to divert people out of the formal criminal justice system and reduce those contacts, which then in essence will reduce the disparity. And earlier this year, we launched a customer service software. So we want to get that feedback from our community members. We want to know, are we doing everything that we can? Are we providing great service? And again, this is a tool that we can use to measure community trust and satisfaction. So all those initiatives took place after 2018. So it started at the end of 2018, and everything has taken place over the last 3 years. Those last 3 years, that information is not included in the data. I know that you guys have heard this information many, many times, but I want to stress, again, before I conclude here, we appreciate the partnership that we had with CPE. We appreciate the work that NIU did. We're going to take that information and our next steps to continue to do the work, because we have started to go and do the hard work, is to communicate with the department, communicate with the community. We have task force members or previous task force members. We have recommendations from the task force that we're looking to implement. So there is a lot of work to do. But I would like to just make sure that when we leave here this evening, that the spirit of cooperation and understanding that this was never to pit two organizations against each other. This was to find more information, to learn more, and then to do more. And I don't think that should ever be faulted. I can take any questions, or City Manager Coleslow, I don't know if you wanted to conclude, or I can take questions now.
Let me just say one thing here. I did this kind of work for 30 years. And looked at the statistics, and I didn't have time to go through just like everybody else did here. So I would appreciate more time to be able to do that. But one thing I think that strikes me, this is a fine snapshot of 5 years ago. And that's not today. So I look at what's happened, what do we do today? And in statistics and doing things for quality control, and this is a quality control, the quality control of our police department. It's a big thing. There's a lot of variables in there. You can plug in a gazillion of them to come up with a number. But one thing that is critical is that as you collect new data, you've got to get rid of old data and purge it out. That's why I was curious. The number 22 came up from Northern. They picked 22 variables. That's a big number in statistics. And the reason for that is when you get to the 22nd data point, you drop number 1 out so that you keep refreshing your data to show the trend. That's what I want to see. I want to see where we're going. Where are we at now? Are we getting better? That was the whole purpose of this. And I wanted to see us improve. And I'll be honest, this did not help me with that. I saw one thing in there that I thought was interesting. I'd like to dig into it a little bit more, and that was the pedestrian comments from CPE. They only did 4 years, but the first year was 512 incidents, and there was an 80% reduction in 4 years. That's huge. That's what happened? That's what I want to know. And I look back 2016 was a big year for you. You know, we got cameras. How much did that impact what happened with the police department in doing things like that? And I look at this thing, and I did this for people. I did these things for other laboratories, for people that work for me. And when we drop those numbers, we do it because it makes it more reflective of changes in equipment, methodology, and techniques. If you don't drop those numbers, it doesn't reflect it anymore, and you're just stuck in a rut. The pedestrian stops I thought was very interesting data, and I looked back and it said, well, 30%. I'll show you how the bias can be put into something. It said 30% of stops of all blacks on many of those in that whole 4-year period. But how many were in the first year of 512? Because the data set is so big, it biases everything else. So if you drop that out, now what does it look like the last 3 years? I think that's important. And I just have a suggestion, and you know, I think the conversation here, we don't want to get in the weeds on the statistics, but I think one thing that would be helpful, too late. Yeah. I think that one thing that would be important is 1 year is too long a time to collect data. If you want to have data points, you should do like 4 a year or something like that, so that you can see trends and you can actually look at it a little bit more in depth. And you will get stuff like this, but that's okay. That's okay. You see that there's a problem, but you get the problem earlier. If you wait a year to find out you had a problem, the problem's already been here for a year. So I think that's an important thing, just from internally for you and for the city manager as well. Just my comments, you know, and I think that the statistics, I looked at Northern's statistical sheet. I could spend probably a month just digging through that. There was a lot of stuff there. So that does not help me a whole lot. I look at the bottom line, give me the summary, and look, give me the cliff notes and where we're at this point. But I think that's just my comment. I think that, you know, I'll be honest, you know, I think that was a nice thing for us to do. It showed what happened 4 or 5 years ago. It does not reflect anything in the last 2 years or 3 years. So. Mr. Steph, sorry. Yeah.
Just 2 questions. One, I think was partially answered, but I want to try to ask it again. And it's the same question in general that I asked the city before, and I used not here. Someone's going to have to relate it to me, and that is, have they been in a situation where they were asked to do this for another community where they came in and did statistical analysis of police data? And I think it was partially answered because I think Councilman Dixon was asking about qualifications, which was trying to talk about that. But I'm trying to look for whether this is duplicated and compare what these 2 reports are saying to us to other situations, which is why I asked CPE if they had this happen to them in other situations. And I'll look at what the information is that they provided us. So that's one question. The second is, I think, and it follows what the mayor just said, is there any way we can get the data analyzed and summarized and presented to us from the last 3 years? If we wait till after the first of the year, we'll have 2022 data as well. And at this point, I think it would have to be in the same context. We'll have to get CPE to update 3 years, and get NIU to update 3 years, because I'm also, as the mayor said, and I want to say too, I'm also looking for trends. I want to see what direction we're going. And I expect it will show some of the improvements that have been highlighted for us. So as I think he commented, and I have the same comment, you look at this report, it's more like a snapshot. It's over 5 years of data, but it's just a snapshot. I'd rather see where the trends are going, if we're going in the right direction or the wrong direction. So those are my 2 questions.
Mr. Good, you haven't spoken. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the information again. So I guess I'm not going to dig too much into stats here, but there's some frustrations I have is general. It's not any fault of your own, but for me personally, for the rest of us up here, we got this information very late in the game. And this is something that I'm just going to express now to this whole group because we don't get to speak like this, but it's frustrating to continuously get information in the 11th hour. This has happened now to me as, you know, over a year into it now, but this happened to me at least 3 different times where it's been information that I deem to be critical that we're getting very late in the game. So that's just the first frustration I want to express. Beyond that, the way that this meeting was constructed, I don't think is helpful. I think it actually diminishes work that you've done. Because what I saw from a lot of that is that under your leadership, we've gone in a good direction as a police department. I know there's the work of people in the audience that you've worked with the department. I've had conversations. These relationships matter. Because if this happened in a vacuum without relationships that I had established already, I would have even bigger questions and be very uncomfortable about this. So, I mean, I have questions about how CPE is funded. I want to know the next step that they were saying, well, typically we work next. What does that look like? How are they funded? When they throw out things like we're paying NIU, yeah, anybody on the outside is going to be like, this doesn't smell right. So the fact that we don't have NIU in this room right now, that we don't have CPE in this room, I feel like this meeting was premature. We should have had all those elements in this room so that we could have had this conversation outside of a silo. So that's just general feedback about this evening that I wanted to provide everyone. I think they mentioned the upstream effects multiple times, and that's something that Elgin obviously is encountering like every other community across the country. So I think that's one of the take-home messages that I have, and I think that we've had conversations before where we're trying to go beyond just the interaction that people have with police. Obviously, we've got the rest of the legal chain involved in that as well, up to the county. We're trying to do pre-arrest diversions. We need to get out in the community, and we need to do it as much as we can to help people. I mean, and this is such a long thing. It's from the time people were born where these variables are impacting them and potentially leading people into a situation where they're encountering police officers. And personally, you know, I haven't shared that. I've shared it with some of my colleagues, but I was arrested when I was 19. It was a wrongful arrest, and it snowballed my life for some of my most prime years. So I understand that people are not statistics, right? We're talking stats up here, but really any one person in this community that gets arrested under false pretense or gets handcuffed and put into a jail that then they're in front of a judge, it's just another opportunity for the hammer to fall on them. It's outside of the police officer's control. And I know that you know that, and I know that you're being proactive in trying to do that. So that's my takeaway from this, is that some of the data that we have, which we have already stated is old and outdated, what they did present showed that we are trending in the right direction, but obviously there's still opportunity for improvement, which you've said ad nauseum over and over and over again. And this group in the audience who you put hours and hours in, you know there's room for improvement. So that's, to your point of the spirit of collaboration being what we walk away from this meeting with, that's what I want to instill. But I will say the way this meeting was set up, I don't think was conducive to building on the work that you've done. And it's something that I would hope doesn't happen again.
And I just want to just mention and just respond to one thing that you said, and thank you for your comments. The report 2019 is when we partnered with them, and the first initial data that they gave, feedback, preliminary, was 2021. So, and to their point, they expanded. The need was there. Those were out of my control. So by the point that, you know, I've said, and what I say I do, which is when the report comes in, I will give it to the public. Unfortunately, I couldn't control CPE taking 3 years, and at no fault of their own, they have stuff going on. So we're not trying to be unproductive. It just, I also have to make sure that I deliver on what I said I was going to do. So I do agree with you, though. And, you know, best case scenario, they would have had it done in a year. It's more relevant. We're talking about current things where we get that, you know, but I think we take what comes from tonight and continue to do the work that we're doing.
Okay. Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Not trying to complicate it.
Okay.
Councilmember Good expressed some concerns that I just feel compelled to address.
Okay.
Your concerns about getting the data too late. There's no expectation. The purpose of this presentation was to make it easier to go through the data with an introduction, rather than dropping 80 pages of NIU analysis or a Justice Navigator presentation on the council. There's no decision that's being made this evening, and the idea is to provide this groundwork for the work that you can begin doing to use this information to help inform your decisions going forward. I apologize that that upset you, but it was by design, and it was with the intent to actually make it easier to have the discussion tonight. Your dissatisfaction with the way that the presentation went this evening is more because of the city's efforts to try to accommodate the demands of the Center for Policing Equity. Ended a meeting with Center for Policing Equity on Friday, last Friday at 5 o'clock, with them telling us they will not engage in a discussion that will involve discussing their methodology. They left open the possibility that we would have a meeting sometime this week to go over methodology and figure out how to present. On Monday afternoon at 1:30, I spoke to Mr. Wilson, and he told me Dr. Goff was now going to present, and he was going to limit his discussion to 3 components of methodology, and we've heard them: crime, poverty, and the neighborhoods. So at that point, that is when they received the presentation from NIU. It wasn't hide the ball. There was finally the recognition they're going in. They are going to talk about data analysis. So they got that as soon as they made that determination. And so the sense that it became, and again, and this is in an effort because there is pressure from other on the dais, and I know that there's expectations from the task force to get the Center for Policing Equity presentation out the door. But it was in that effort to reach collaboration on how the information was presented that the supposed delays were occurring. And then just, that's it, that's in response to your questions. I have some other concerns about statements that Dr. Goff was making that I don't know whether we should necessarily be taking as gospel, but if the evening is long and we're ready to move on, that's fine as well. But there's statements, there's statements that are being made that I think that is incumbent upon us to challenge within the greater statistical community to confirm their validity. Are there really too many variables that NIU used in its analysis? I don't know. Is it really improper for a statistical analysis to be conducted by somebody who doesn't have police experience? I don't know. Is it true that a 44% reliability of an indicator of a particular action, blacks being stopped 11.5 times more than whites, is widely recognized as a meaningful determination within the greater statistical, within the greater statistician community? I'm not sure. I think that we have an obligation to look into those things as we begin taking our next steps. What isn't going to change, and you've heard that all evening, though, from the chief, me, and everybody here, is it doesn't stop the city's resolve, the police department's resolve to continue moving forward to do everything that we can to prevent racial disparities in our policing.
Okay. Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Lally, you said a couple of things, and it's a point of information. These things started changing at the end of 2018. That's what you said. And I just wanted to point out that that's when you took over, okay? I think what people don't realize is you cannot be responsible for what happened before. Yes, you were on the police department, I get it, but you were not calling the shots, okay? And if people really look at what's happened from 2018 on, there has been more change in that time in the police department than there has for many years. This police department, you've put it to a point where it's ahead many years of what other police departments are, okay? In 2017, when people talk about body cameras, I remember that you, as a commander, was something that you were bringing up to us, that we had to, you were educating us on how important this was. This is before any other police department did, you know. And to bring these stats, you know, we've already, has said, these are stats, you know, depending how you take them, depending how you ask them. And, you know, it's kind of unfortunate of what happened tonight, but I don't think it should take away from what's being brought forward on what we're trying to do. So I just, point of information, so I'll put that out there.
Okay. Ms. Powell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm not even sure where to start. I guess I'll start with one question that I've been asking the city manager for the last 2 days that I haven't gotten answered. Why was the report labeled confidential when we received it? Who was that?
The Center for
was
Policing.
that
Center for
That was
Policing
from
Equity
Policing
prepared it.
Equity?
Yes.
That was part of our MOU with them?
That's how they prepared the report. Part of the discussion on Friday was CPE's concerns that the chief wasn't going to release the report. Under the MOU, unless the city agrees to release the report, it doesn't go public. There was a discussion during that time period where there was some concern that the chief wasn't going to release this report, and she made the repeated statements and provided additional evidence in the 2 years that they've been working. It was always the intent to release the report. So during that discussion on Wednesday afternoon, we said we're going to be going live with the report following the presentation to the City Council on the CPE and the City of Elgin site. That was in the meeting with Niles Wilson.
But, so, what you're saying is that we did not have the power to just release the report, just like as part of our agenda, and making it public, because I know that folks from the policing task force would have liked to have it ahead of time. We would have liked to have had it sooner ahead of time. It just doesn't look transparent when we're talking about transparency, to be able to have this labeled confidential and folks not, including us as the policy-making body, not having this ahead of time. Well, we got it Monday afternoon to be able to look at. So we could have released it? Is that what you're saying?
So what the city manager is saying is correct. That was CPE. So the way that they released their report, it's this Justice Navigator. There's a website that people will be able to go to, and they make that live once the agency decides to go public with it, okay? Towards the end, when we were finalizing the report, I asked them, I said, can you provide a PDF copy, because the Justice Navigator is very hard to navigate. There were several times where I couldn't get in. They had to reset my password. There's dual authentication. So I said, give me a PDF version so that we could provide it to the council instead of coming here, logging into something, navigating through a justice. When you eventually will see it, it's not easy to navigate. So that was to be transparent. That was to say, the council's going to want to see something. Give me something, a PDF. And that conversation, it was in an email. It was, give me something, a PDF that I can release to the public, so that in case there's issues with the Justice Navigator, I don't want people not to have access.
Right, and just part of our agenda process, we release documents, obviously,
Correct.
with the agenda.
But that's why, so they labeled it confidential, because I think they wanted to have an opportunity to also explain before a report goes public, which I believe that's a courtesy that we should extend to them, because if you just release those two reports without this discussion, which I think, this is a great discussion. If we just released these reports and then came here and tried to explain it, people would already have gone through and maybe not know what they're looking at. And also, I can come back once you guys have an ability to take your time to read it, to analyze it, to ask those questions. Nothing says we can't come back and reconvene and continue to have that conversation. So I want to just explain how it was in an effort to make sure that something was available to give to the public.
Okay. I echo a lot of the comments that have already been made by Councilman Good. The way this was structured, I don't think was conducive or gave justice to something that we've talked about for the last couple of years, looking forward to getting this information that we voluntarily went to this organization for. No one put a gun to our head, no pun intended, to go to the Center for Policing Equity to have our data evaluated. So I just feel like it's a missed opportunity. We didn't have enough time to go through this.
Councilmember,
Can I finish? Can I finish? Thank you. We had the policing task force convene for a year. This information would have been helpful for them to have as they deliberated and went through things. I've been asking for this report to be released for some time now and was told no, we couldn't release it because you didn't agree with the way that the data was being represented. And I guess perception, I think we have to be very aware of how things are perceived. And when you go out and get another agency to give a whole nother analysis over something we've asked this very credible organization to do, it doesn't look good on our part. Whether that was the intention or not, it doesn't look good. Because at what point, I would have thought that before we even did something like that, that this would have been brought back to us to talk about, hey, let's have the Center for Policing Equity come back here, talk about their report, their findings, and if there were concerns, as clearly you've articulated, we all could have been part of talking about how we move forward in trying to address those concerns in a way that doesn't make it look like we're overly complicating something. I mean, so much has taken place tonight. It's so convoluted. We didn't get time. We didn't get enough time with the Center for Policing Equity to really dig into their work. And I think that is disappointing and a disservice to this community. It really is. We spent more time talking about why we hired NIU, all the great things that EPD has done and continues to do. And they even acknowledged that. They even acknowledged in their brief presentation that, hey, it looks like these numbers are trending downward. And obviously that is probably due to something that the police department is doing. So I didn't get the impression as they were going through this report and this data that it was their intent to slam the department and throw you under the bus. That's not the way they came across. But this has become overly adversarial for whatever reason, and it's we've lost. The whole goal was to talk about and find out, is there bias in our policing? Yes, our numbers are going down in terms of the number of traffic stops, the number of pedestrian stops, the numbers in use of force. All of that, I applaud you for. I applaud us for as an organization. You've done that work, and no one's taking that away from you. But the question is, as those numbers are going down, is the disproportionality changing? And that's what it would have been great to have that conversation with the Center for Policing Equity, because they do this work. They have the experience in evaluating police data. And as much as I love my alma mater of NIU, I don't think they have that experience. They threw all these different variables in, and now we've just kind of lost what it is we're trying to address. I think it sounds like from Center of Policing Equity that had we continued the relationship, we were eventually going to drill down to that point, but we've cut it off. And quite frankly, I don't know if that was really up to you to make that decision, to cut off the relationship with them and stop the work that this council has made it a priority to do. we've invested a lot in the police department, and we're seeing the results of that. No one is taking that away from you, but we don't. That wasn't the intention of being here tonight, to talk about all of the things that we've done. The intention was to go through this and to talk to the Center of Policing Equity folks, and that's been lost. The other thing I wanted to bring up is, because I asked about whether why this was confidential. The fact that, this has been out there for a year now, and it hasn't been shared. This really could have came back to us and should have came back to us a whole lot sooner than this. You're shaking your head. I disagree.
No, I'm saying we're having,
No,
finish.
you're not
I'm
shaking your head.
I'm
The chief is shaking her head.
Well, I'm not shaking my head.
Let me address that.
This is unprecedented. I've been up here for 11 years. Since when do we contract with a body or have or ask someone to do a study for us, and then we go back and have another entity do a whole nother study before this is even presented to us, and then you spring this on the Center for Policing Equity, just a couple days ago or 2 weeks ago? They didn't even know that you guys were doing this? That's what I think you said. They didn't know that this was going on. I mean, if you're partnering with somebody, that just doesn't seem like you're trying to partner with people. And I understand you're saying that there were some issues that were going on between your interaction with them as staff and their staff, but I really think there was a better way to kind of handle all of this, because you know what this looks like to me? This looks like alternative facts. This looks like alternative facts, and right now, I don't need alternative facts. I don't need alternative facts. I need real data from somebody who knows what they're doing, because they do this work specifically with policing agencies, to give us something to work with. But this was, and they made it clear, this was just the beginning. There was more that was going to happen, but we never even let it get to that point. So I don't know what we're supposed to do with all of this. I'm just disappointed on a whole lot of levels. I agree with what Councilman Good has said. I know you're saying that you wanted to wait to give this to us. This does not help us to get this stuff so late or the day of, so that we don't have a chance to go through it. There's a couple of folks up here on the dais that are retired, but very active. But everybody else up here works full time. Getting this stuff on Monday evening, and it's a lot, doesn't really give people a whole lot of time to go through it. But this is not the first time. So that's why I'm bringing it up too. It's a problem. But it just seems like, as you said, it's intentional, not acceptable moving forward. I'll end it there, but we need to come up with a way of what is the path forward.
Mayor?
I was hoping, again, to be able to share this. I reached out to our policing task force as one of the liaisons to let them know that this was going to be taking place tonight. Some of those members are here. Thank you very much for sitting through this 4-hour meeting. I'm sure there are some folks that are probably watching on television, but they don't even have this. So that's what I have to say. I just feel like we overreacted to this, and instead of presenting this to us and addressing and talking about maybe some of the concerns in a more conducive way with the Center for Policing Equity, we could have gotten somewhere. We could have gotten somewhere better than where we are now. Thank you.
Mr. Manager.
Councilmember, I share your disappointment in the belief that the city's efforts of due diligence to provide the most complete information on any particular issue, particularly if something of this importance, is something that does not appear to be of most importance to you. It certainly is your prerogative and the city council's decision, after hearing the information tonight, to decide that it wants to proceed with the Center on Policing Equity data and move forward from that. They can then begin doing the work that NIU did on their own, go through that higher level of analysis, and if that's the council's direction, that is certainly what we will do and are obligated to perform. But that's precisely what the purpose of this presentation was tonight. The due diligence that you see live today is what goes on behind the scenes in pretty much any initiative that comes to the council. There's competing information on virtually everything that comes forward, and there's work that is done behind the scenes more often than not before something comes to the dais. Obviously, with the demand, the desire to have this report presented as soon as possible, and trying to work out agreement with CPE and doing it in a manner that met their expectations. And then now, failing as a result of our efforts to try to accommodate them. Yes, I share your disappointment. But again, it's the council's prerogative now. The information has been presented, and it's incumbent upon the council to provide staff with direction on how it next wants staff to go forward.
Mr. Shaw and Mr. Thorne have not spoken yet, so I'd like to give them an opportunity. And
I'll go. Okay. I guess for my comments tonight, I'm going to try to separate the numbers, because the numbers I think I am going to need to take some time to digest offline. But I guess my comments tonight are really around some of the process and some of the statements made, just because I feel like it is important that we do need to clarify some of those. A couple of statements that were made by CP, and I'm not sure who would be the most appropriate person to respond to them, was he made the statement that, throughout this process they tried to collaborate with us on a monthly basis and ask for monthly meetings, but then they stated that we rebuffed that, we did not agree to meet with them. That was troubling when he said that. I'm just curious to understand some of the background on that.
So again, I think some of the way that they're characterizing the conversation, that did not occur. What happened is we started meeting, they had data, and again, you have to remember, this is a 3-year-long process, and that's on their part. So we started having meetings. They need some time to dissect through the data. We give them more data. We have some monthly meetings where they're just check-ins, but there's really nothing happening because they're still doing data analysis. At some point, we started having larger meetings because we gave them our feedback on the initial data. We had 3 larger meetings. Prior to that, yes, there was no need to meet because on several occasions, he canceled, Niles canceled. During this whole process, too, I had 3 different points of contact during this. And Niles was the last point of contact, but I was getting switched from person to person to person. So at some point, yes, I did say there is no need to meet because scheduling, there's really no progress going on. We can't have a half-hour meeting to go through the questions that I had. So his characterization of, they were stonewalled or whatever what he said, I wouldn't classify it as that. There was no progress being made. At some point, data was still getting collected. We were having larger meetings. After April, there was correspondence, written correspondence, that was based off of that April meeting. They responded. I had an opportunity to respond. After that, we had another meeting. And again, my questions were not being answered. And I think that's getting lost here. I am concerned, and it's a question. When you ask an entity who their whole premise is data analysis, diving into the data, and initially when we signed up with CPE, I thought that the robust analysis that they are now saying they're going to do was going to be done to begin with. It makes no sense, and again, this is my opinion, everyone's entitled to their opinion, it makes no sense to give a report out to a community without a deeper dive, because the questions are going to be asked. So I was unsure as to why are we only getting these 3 variables, and those were the questions I was asking. It wasn't to be adversarial. To Councilwoman Powell's comment, my perception, this was not made adversarial by the city of Elgin. And I think if you go back and you look at the opening statements, it was never adversarial. I've never been adversarial with any entity. With a police task force for almost 10 months, with Center for Policing Equity, it's never been that. So I don't want to be mischaracterized as that, because that's not what happened. I understand it's your opinion. I appreciate your opinion. I value your opinion. But I also want you to know that it was never adversarial. And
That's not what we saw tonight.
well, the adversarialness was when Dr. Goff started. Go back and look at when the city manager spoke, when I spoke. Nowhere in there is there adversary.
This is adversarial.
Yeah, I got, this is.
But let me just say, with the report too, with NIU, and again, I stress, I think it becomes a problem when people start asking questions and the response to wanting more information or getting more questions answered is this: how and why did you do that? Because it looks awful. I don't think it looks awful. I think I have my due diligence to provide a complete view of what's happening in the Elgin Police Department, not a one-sided view. I think it's my responsibility to the officers to make sure that they are, I ask them to do a lot, and over the past 4 years, they've done a lot. So I also have to make sure that information is given from all perspectives. A lot of people that were in the police department in 2014 are no longer there. So I understand and appreciate all your comments. This has never been adversarial from my perspective, but I also don't want this to turn into, how dare you go and get another report? How dare you go and get another, because the perception, that's your perception, and there's other people's perceptions who may be, well, at least they're trying to give more information. And there's nothing wrong with either perception. Yeah. To me, the discussion will continue. If you want me to come back, if you want us to continue to work with CPE. But I will have to say, I don't know how I'm going to work with an entity when I ask questions and they refuse to respond. That's going to be a difficult relationship. Now, I can work in that, but I would like some questions answered. And I think that I have the right to ask that, and I think that's a fair ask. Yeah. So if we choose to do that, I think we should look at the most current data. I agree with that. I think we can sit down with task force members. We can have the conversation. There's a lot of opportunity here. Yeah. So I'm not looking at this in a negative way. There's a lot of opportunity to do something with this. If we can get past, we're trying to blame entities. I'm not trying to blame NIU. I'm not trying to blame CPE. We're just trying to take all this information, and I think the more information you have, the better you're prepared to decide for initiatives or programs. So please know it was never to confuse the council. To put something out there to be a distraction, misinformation. It was never that. It was to say, here's everything. So I'm sorry I went off on a tangent, but I think that answered your question.
Yeah, my next question, on the different dates, did this start in 2018 or 2019? Because it looked like they had looked like we had conflicting schedules or something on when we started.
So at the time, it was the acting chief, Bill Wolf, and he spoke with them in 2018.
Okay.
We didn't sign the MOU until 2019.
At that time, was there a commitment made as far as when the report would originally be delivered?
So I could tell you when I started talking to them, initially there was a female that came to the police station and we talked. And I asked her, how do you do your analysis? What do you guys look at? And she said, we do this deep dive. We look at everything: crime, poverty, neighborhoods, calls for service, response to resist. We look at everything. And I said, okay, this is great. This is what we want. CPE didn't, and to no fault of their own, I'm not trying to blame them, but it seems like they're very busy, and so they're shortening some of these reports or wanting to do an initial report and then dive into the data later. But the problem with that is the damage is already done, right? So, because it would be nice to have everything. Now, it's no fault of their own, I get that. But when I started talking to them, they never gave me a time frame. Okay. You know, at the time, there were only 20 people, I think, on staff, so they were, and there were not that many people. Then eventually, I transitioned to another person. They were very apologetic, saying, you know, we know your report is taking a lot of time. And I said, no worries. I understand that you guys are busy and you have the data. Then I got transitioned to, I think, to another person, and then I ultimately ended up with Niles. And they were going to transition me away from Niles, and I asked for him to stay because it was causing a lot of this delay. And every time we would meet, I'd have to repeat questions. And so, you know, the consistency was... So eventually, when they delivered the the preliminary results, they provided us an opportunity to ask questions. So there was a lot of feedback back and forth, and then we had meetings. The final report at our last meeting, I think it took them 3 weeks maybe to finally deliver it, so they needed to do whatever they needed on their end.
Okay. It sounds like when the process started, they had one model of how they were going to analyze the data. Did they ever communicate clearly that there was a shift to this new model? Like when it almost sounds like they got more clients and customers that departments that they were analyzing, and their model shifted from more of an in-depth model to I guess what I would almost characterize as more of a higher level model that they could standardize across multiple departments to kind of build this more of a larger data set to do some, I guess in the future, some more comparisons. Would that be a fair characterization of what you saw?
Yeah, so they never told me this is how we're shifting. And in fact, the meeting that we had last week on Friday, and City Manager Kozel can reiterate their conversation, that's when they basically, you know, said that our model shifted. And City Manager Kozel, do you want to just add some context to that? Yeah.
They apologized for that lack of communication, but there was the understanding, we knew that it changed, and the demand for their services after the George Floyd killing necessitated that they had money coming in, they needed to service up, but Niles apologized for not communicating to the city about what was happening.
Did they at that time provide like a roadmap to get to that deeper level? Did they, would there be, after this initial report at a higher level, would they have then, did they say, hey, we can then agree to, for a payment, we would then be able to do a deeper dive and do some additional consultation, or what did they provide as a roadmap?
So that's the next steps, or the roadmap, were some of the things that Dr. Goff mentioned. But I think that the big thing is that they do this deeper dive. But I was always under the impression from day one that was happening, and that was my conversation to begin with. And then they transitioned. There was some conversation that, you know, again, and this is no one's fault, and that's why I want to make sure I stress this. It's no one's fault. We are here with this information, and I will tell you, I am disheartened that they didn't stay to have a conversation. They should have stayed. And again, you know, to me, this is not adversarial. This is not hostile. This is, let's talk about these things. Let's ask these questions. There's many questions that the council wants to ask, right? I had questions. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Sure.
Not at all. Yep. We should continue to ask questions. And so I am, you know, disappointed that they didn't stay. And if the council chooses to re-engage with them, you know, I would ask that it's made clear that we have to work with each other, which means if I'm asking questions, I can't get a response with the answer no. I just don't understand that.
Just to be clear, though, their model, though, would be like for a payment, then you could hire them back.
I don't believe they I think they're funded through grants. I don't believe that they get.
I got you.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay, I didn't quite understand what they were communicating. Okay, thank you for that. It was interesting. I mean, as trying to stay away from the numbers, because like I said, it's going to take some time to do that. What I kind of agree with you. It was challenging tonight to have someone who is their leader of their organization, who's not interacted with us through this entire engagement, come in, and I guess I would characterize it as almost like I don't want to say this, but almost like a talk show type presentation, drop some very, I would almost say, defaming words that were said against the city of Elgin, and then say I need to drop because I need to change diapers on my child. And I have 4 children myself. I don't underestimate the role of a father or what you need to do as a parent in that. But that's pretty damaging to a community to say those things without being able to back them up and then stay on to answer any questions, and then not even the rest of the organization stay on. And I don't understand if there was miscommunication or what, but the way it was presented was pretty challenging to hear, I guess, from my perspective. As we represent our community, that was hard to hear. And I guess when I look at partners that I want to partner with in business, that didn't sound like a partner that I want to continue moving forward with. I appreciate their expertise, and I'm assuming they have some expertise in their area. But just because you're an expert in an area doesn't mean that you don't also come with a perspective and an agenda and a bias as well in some situations. And we've seen this, I hate to say this, through COVID. We've seen lots of experts come out with lots of expert advice, and I'm not sure that it was pure wisdom in the end as well. I have no further interest in continuing a further relationship with CPE. I appreciate the work that they've done, but I think we can take their results, and I think we need to look in different options, different directions to find additional answers and meanings from that data. It was interesting that they were very concerned about the NIU study, because I guess in my consideration when we gave the data to NIU, we were looking for 2 independent studies. You kind of do blind and say, hey, here's my data, what do you say, what do you say, and we come back and you can compare and contrast them. I don't see why that would be a problem. I mean, that's kind of done in the scientific world over and over and over. Excuse me? We've never done that.
I'm trying to recall instances
where I'm just saying in the scientific world, the idea that you would
I'm talking about what we've done as a city in
Gotcha.
instances like this. I can't remember anything that we've done like this.
It was interesting. They do have the Justice Navigator out there, so the report they did provide us, at least there's a consistent format for a couple of other communities. It was interesting. They talked about one of the stats that I did pick up on that I was trying to look at was that yield number. Was that just like could you describe, would that one number be able to describe? So as I dig a little deeper, I could understand what the term yield meant. And I think it was in regards to traffic stops and then in terms of possession. Was that accurate?
That's correct. So if a driver or a passenger of a vehicle or the vehicle itself may be searched during a traffic stop, during that search, if that search turns up contraband, whether it be drugs, firearm, anything else, that would count towards a positive yield of contraband during that search.
Okay. Thank you. The other piece, as we look through the numbers of the use of force, is there, I'm looking at would there be an attribute in the data of use of force that would say which ones use of force came about from us responding to a call versus us proactively making a stop or proactively stopping someone in the street do you know what I mean? Because if we're trying to look at bias and trying to understand that, if there's bias in the ones that were, and the different disparities in ones where we're making, if there's high levels of disparities in stops, we're making those proactively ourselves, you'd look at it one way, versus I think if you had disparities, if you were just responding to calls for service and it resulted in that, I would look at it in just a little bit different way. Still, you would want to look at the underlying reasons why, but there would be a different lens that you would look at that from. Am I crazy in thinking that or not?
So that's a question, and that was part of some of the discussions we had with them. So, and I'll try to simplify this, and I know it's late. So, use of force. Use of force occurs, show of force or use of force, which is our response to resistance. That occurs when there's an interaction between a police officer and a person. The interaction occurs, and a vast majority of time, it's responding to some type of call for service. In some instances, it could be a traffic stop. It could be a subject stop. but there's some encounter that occurs before the use or show of force happens. Use of force, show of force, ultimately, in the majority of the cases, ends up in an arrest. My question was, if you're going to look at and get a better description, why are we not looking at arrest data? Because if you're looking at the people that we're having encounters with, we're making an arrest. That's when force is going to occur, a show of force. You should look at the people that we're arresting to say, what's the ratio to people where use or show of force is occurring to the ratio of people where they're arrested, but there's no use or show of force? That was something that I wanted to know, and I never was able to get an answer. Because that's a very logical, rational question that someone who's not involved in statistics, policing would ask.
Sure.
And again, the data that they had, NIU and CPE, they agreed on several things. And there were some things that were a little bit different, but those are the next questions, or those are the next things we can dive into. But those are the questions that, we want to ask. Because if you're just saying that any random person is going to have a response to resistance type of encounter, well, that's not accurate. There has to be something that predicates the use of force or show of force, which is usually a call for service. If you go on our transparency site, you can see every use of force and the types of calls that they're related to. And the vast majority are usually some type of domestic disturbance, a domestic battery. You can see what the call for service was, whether it was a traffic stop. That data we have, that data we collect, that data is valuable. That data is something that gives you a little bit more perspective about when the force is used.
No, thank you. I think I'm going to pause there. I don't think I have any further questions tonight. I think you answered all of mine. Like I said, I think there's some more things to dig into and just understand. It's to be honest with you, just from a numbers perspective, it's interesting data to dig into. So my next steps I kind of was thinking about is just reviewing the data on my own, and then I'm hopefully just be able to set some time up with you and maybe even Mr. Drake, and just start to ask some of those questions as far as where you're thinking the next steps should be, and understanding some of the questions that you were trying to answer to see if, does that make sense, or do I align with the questions that you're trying to answer?
And I invite every council member to do that. I would love to do that. I think that's a productive step, along with the task force members too as well. And that's how we keep this optimistic and positive and keep the department moving forward.
Yep. Thank you again.
Mr. Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Chief. One thing about going last is that the majority of your opinions, comments, perceptions, questions, answers have surfaced. So I thank all my co-counsel for that, and yourself and city manager. But I did find it, the one thing is that I wonder why CPE only had 3 variables. Someone asked, why did NIU use so many? I just find it odd that CPU used so few. You could also say, well, someone said, why did NIU choose the ones they did? Why did CPE choose not to use ones? That would be a fair question in the same analogy. Frankly, the biggest thing I agree with here is with Councilman Good is that we're looking at information that's essentially outdated. We're looking at, granted, trends and stats, but it's not reflective of what's happening now. And that's what's important. What's happening now, what's happening today and tomorrow. And with the changes that have been made, that's to me the most important focal point here. And the advancements we've made since this data is being studied is miles ahead of it, and in a very positive way, very positive. And I still commend our police department. I am so proud of our police department, a police department that is a leader in progressive policy and policing. And almost 30 years since the ROPE program initiated. And look at what that did for understanding and interactions in neighborhoods and improvements. I compliment you more than I could imagine complimenting any other police department, and I'm so proud to interact and work with you. I hope that this type of thing can continue where areas could use improvement, but rather than get heated on areas where I think we're doing a great job, I think newer data is probably would be at the forefront of what would be the most important. Thanks for everything you've done.
Thank you.
Let's wrap up.
Okay, quickly. I just want to say quickly that none of us are statisticians up here, except the mayor, so that, you know, all our comments, I suppose, and beliefs that 3 or 5 or 7 or whatever, I think the CPE had the most experience and did what they thought was the best way to do this. I wondered if the people in the task force, if they had any comments. Is it possible for them to say something since they sat through here? No? And I personally would continue with CPE because I think they are probably the best organization in the country, at least at the moment, to move forward with this, but I don't know how the rest of the council feels.
Was that a tease about a comment from us?
Oh, yeah, no, did you want to make a comment?
My hand was up because my impression of that doctor, that first gentleman that talked.
Can you come to the podium, please?
I'll do that. Because I can't sit much longer. Over there with you?
Either one.
Either one.
Closer. Can you hear me now? I had to say it, I'm sorry. It's late, I'm old, I'm tired. I think that gentleman was very hurt. He displayed to me, the way I would have said it to my daughter when she was 5, I won't say it here. His feelings were hurt. His ego was bruised. I regret that he responded that way. One of the most important things I've learned in my career, I'm an automotive mechanical engineer, retired now. If you don't ask questions, you're not doing your job. If I ask a question of someone and they're not willing to give me an answer, they're not doing their job. So I didn't like that guy's attitude, frankly. Thank you for your time and all of your efforts.
Okay. Thank you. You know, I think obviously the majority of the council feel that they need more time to take a look at the data, to digest it. And Ms. Powell is right. There's only a couple of us that have the luxury of being able to have those hours during the day to do that, and I did part of that. But I still couldn't get through it all. So it's going to take some time to do that. And also now this will go public, so as many members of the task force will be able to access that data as well and provide some feedback. So I think that's the thing. Obviously, we need to look at some questions. You know, doctors always say that it's okay to get a second opinion if you feel like, as a client or somebody. So I don't think that that should be a problem for anybody to do that. But it's up to us to make the decision on where to move forward. And again, my comment is I'd like to see what today's data is. You know, 5 years ago it's nice, but we have to work today and work forward from today. So let's focus on trying to do that.
Just one quick follow-up. I don't want this whole discussion, and of course even the title of the agenda item is confusing as heck to people, not very clear and transparent. The data that we did get does support what we've been hearing from our community. I don't want that to be lost tonight. It does support things that, in particular, folks in the Black community have been coming here saying. I don't want anyone to leave here tonight and not think about that and understand that. So whatever spin that we try to put on this, that's there. And I think, not even I think, we have to acknowledge that. And I realize that this is data from 2014 to 2019. Then that's when we were hearing from people. So it validates what we were hearing from people. People weren't coming here just making stuff up. Have we gotten better since then? I hope we have. I think we have. But we won't know until we look at where we were in 2014 and where we are. Last year we have data for is 2021. But I don't want to leave here tonight without validating what this community has been coming here saying for years. What's in this report, even some of what's in this convoluted report from NIU, validates all of that. And we have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge that and move forward. And how we move forward, we have to figure out, we have to have that conversation on what that looks like, because I know you have anti-bias training at the police department. Maybe it's time for us to look at, is that the best training we can do? Maybe we need to reevaluate, is that working? Is there something else better out there that we should be engaging in? Those are the types of conversations, honest, transparent conversations that we need to be having about this.
And I would just say, I understand what you're saying, and I think that the department over the past 4.5 years has been listening to the community and did listen, and because you can see in some of our initiatives. It doesn't mean we're done. It doesn't mean we can't get better, but we are listening. We are doing. And so I understand what you're saying. And but I also want to say that we are working with the community. We have changed some things. We are doing things differently. Doesn't mean, and again, we're never going to be done. You just don't check a box because something else could happen. So I understand your point.
We can't.
It's getting late.
I'll make it quick.
Okay.
We can't talk for 4 hours and then end with a short conclusion summary that says we know what we thought before is now answered when we still are saying we're still trying to figure out what the data says. That's not we can't make that statement, I don't think. You can't do that. That's not fair. That's like saying, well, we saw this data, we haven't read all the data yet, but I still have my summary statement from before we started, and so now that's a bias in and of itself, Tish. That's
what the data says.
But I'm talking about what the data says, and even some of the data.
That's what I'm saying is we're still trying to.
But
You're
from
still
NIU
you're
even
still,
supports what CT.
We're still trying to understand the background and
Okay.
answer the questions that the data answers. But I feel like your statement just was I hear all of that, but I still want to make my statement to my soundbite to end the night off because that's what I still believe.
It's not a soundbite.
Okay.
It's acknowledging what people have been coming here saying to us.
I'm just saying there's two sides yet that we're still unpacking. And I think that's unfair to just make that type of a statement when we're still working through what we just have been talking about for hours.
What's unfair is this continued nonsense. It's unfair to the community. It's unfair to the task force that's put in all this work. It's unfair to everyone that's been involved with this. Come on. I mean, it is gaslighting.
We've had 2 reports.
I mean, you could analyze things until you're blue in the face.
Sure.
And you could keep asking questions and, well, what about this? And what about that?
But I think but we still haven't answered the question is the Elgin Police Department, are they making decisions and making biased decisions based on race? Or are there other factors that are driving the outcomes that we're seeing in the numbers? That's not been answered yet.
And that's why one of the last questions I asked the Center for Policing Equity, what are the 2 areas that are of most concern to you? And they said use of force and pedestrian stops. So I feel like we need to dig deeper into those areas.
And
they would not say, oh, well, I was very specific with that question.
I understand, but that's why that's what the challenge was. Their model was very high level. It wasn't able to answer those questions. That's why.
And there was
publishing
an
these-
opportunity for us to continue with them to
You heard
get
from the chief. We asked those questions to try to refine that, and they refused at this stage.
We've got some work to do. Let's put it that way.
Real quick, I would like to have if we can have a redo of sorts, and let me explain. If we could ask CPE to come back to a future council meeting to explain their report. Also, although I appreciate you, Mr. Drake, thank you very much, if we could have NIU come and explain theirs. And let's have a more organized, productive review, and that'll give us all time to review these reports, but also to ask them the questions that only they can really answer. And I want to hear from them first and not have the meetings cut short. We didn't have enough time with CPE, and he kind of alluded to he thought the meeting was at a different time, and so that's why he was a little disheveled. I don't know what was going on. The whole night was a mess to me. All right, so can we just have a do-over? Let's invite them back to the table, and let's just have the conversation and allow us to ask the questions that we all seem to be burning with. That's my request to staff.
Absolutely.
That's fine?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. And then Anna, we can do the song and dance again.
No. Okay.
I don't think what I was saying was a song and dance.
I wasn't saying it to be. Come on, you being. I was just trying to be funny. We can have this, this back and forth.
Correct. Yes. Yes. Correct.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Move to second to adjourn. No executive session.
Councilmembers Dixon,
Clerk, please call the roll.
Good,
Yes.
Martinez, Powell, Rauschenberger, Shaw,
Yes.
Stefan,
Yes.
Thorne,
Yes.
Mayor Captain.
Yeah.
And by the way, happy birthday, Dustin Good.